Go.
Bam! Hello again, everyone who's watching, namely Rachel, Josh, possibly Josiah, um,
And Gabrielle.
and Gabrielle, and my siblings. Hi, guys. Okay, so I'll just recap while we're waiting for Izzy. Oh, no, she's back! Wow. Great.
Oh, we're live now. Okay, I'll be good.
Make an entrance.
Don't worry, Isabel. I know it's impossible for you.
You're right.
All this to say, recapping from time on the echoes of Mesona, you guys have encountered, what was it? What did you guys encounter? See, I don't even remember. You guys ran into a muddy forest, struggling through that. Kunori leapt through the trees and fell and almost caught by Karhale. Not quite entirely. Nemazine has befriended. Oh, what else happened? What am I forgetting? I can't remember the entire
Here, wait. My notes.
Found a fountain. Didn't care. Kept going.
Yeah, the fountain. We got attacked by the little blue dudes.
We tried to figure out what the fountain meant. We couldn't figure it out though.
It's okay. You'll never find it again, so it's too late anyway.
We got attacked by the little blue dudes that stole our food. That is verbatim what is in my notes.
Lovely. And Nemazine has and you guys were almost you guys were whispered to by the wind. Whispers in the wind and what do you hate? Survived that ordeal. And passed with flying colors, honestly. Oh, and as you guys are progressing through the Drugma Woods, the more east you guys have gone, you guys have found the scenery to be slowly losing color, almost. Especially the warmth in the wind, because you guys are presently in summer. The warmth is seeping out of the breezes that you guys feel the farther east you guys go. And
can I ask a quick meta question?
Go for it.
I cannot remember what I asked. My notes didn't save when I was doing this. The last thing I had was the little blue dude stole our food, but I know I wrote this down. It's just God now. I don't remember the question I asked the whispers when I answered their question. Yeah, I asked them something about our hands.
I asked them, how do we break the curse? Or, I believe, basically, how do we...
Yeah, how do we get the curse? How do we remove the curse from us, basically?
Mm-hmm.
And what did they answer?
And they answered, fix what is broken.
That's what I needed. There we go. Thank you.
No
That's
worries.
all.
Oh, of course. Today is now Jor Day, in essence, Wednesday of the 10-day week of Mesona. You guys have been traveling for 4 days so far, have made pretty good time, and only have 10 days left for your journey.
Only
10 days. Hey, you guys are level 2, and it's not guaranteed you'll make it through these woods.
Thanks. That wasn't creepy at all.
Last DM.
Yes, but as you guys have continued, it hasn't been that bad. You guys have heard the rumors of how awful these woods are and how people don't return, but you guys haven't really experienced anything that bad so far. So honestly, your gumption, your motivation has increased. Your pride in yourselves and your abilities is a little bit higher, and Atoll has been leading you guys along a path you guys are trusting him with. And yes, so moving eastward, 10 days left. You guys, the fairies or fae or whatever exactly they are, because not quite fairies, the little blue dudes, as Carhale put it. They slipped into your tent that you guys had set up in the middle of the night during Kanari's watch. And Konari had tried to sweep them away, waking up everybody in the process, and everyone trying to get them away from seemingly getting to your food. Nemazine could understand what they were saying and could respond. And you guys don't understand what he had been saying, but he had spoken to the fairies or the little blue dudes and gotten them to leave for the night. And you all went back to sleep. Atoll took his watch in place of Nemazine's as the last watch, and you guys went back to sleep. You guys can now take your full long rest. Did I already tell you guys what you guys dreamed the past for this long rest?
Nope.
Okay, we'll go through
Oh,
that.
wait, yes. I don't know if that's from the last one.
Said that people didn't really dream, but I saw.
Yes.
Oh, I think we did. And we rolled Constitution saving throws because it was so cold.
Yeah.
Because you guys were wet and muddy and gross. You all passed from what I remember. So we shall move on from that. You guys all wake up with the warm light streaming through the tent. The trees in the area that you guys settled down in, they're not as tight. The canopy not quite so dense of the forest. And as you guys continue on traveling today, the thickness of the trees will continue to grow a little bit more dispersed, and the ground become more rocky the more eastward you guys go. You guys are waking up, and Nemazine, as you blink your eyes open to the warmth of the morning, you see a little blue, not quite feminine, not quite masculine, but definitely a little bit more boyish than last time, sitting on top of your chest, cross-legged, about 2 feet tall, looking down at you with a cocked head and its head in its hand, blinking at you.
Oh man. Well, hello again.
It's 2 feet tall on his chest.
Yes. So
Sitting
before
there?
you guys had like little 1-inch blue things flying around, flitting around and stuff. Now it's all condensed into one bluish form of light, sitting there, blinking at Nemazine. Tomorrow.
Hey. Yes, it is tomorrow.
Today.
Yes. So, is everyone else awake at this point?
Carhale, you wake up and you do see this bluish form sitting on top of Nemazine's chest, and him just kind of looking at it. Konari, you feel the presence near you. The tent's not too large.
I'm gonna just kind of scoot and sit myself up and kind of look at it and be like, so what exactly do you want?
It kind of looks at you and blinks a little bit, confused. Looks over at your saddlebags. Food.
How much food?
And doesn't answer.
Oh, okay.
Wait, can we understand what they're saying or no?
Mm-mm.
Oh, well, he asked how much food. So they're wanting food? We can help them get food. Can they eat?
He'd been answering in the language that these little blue dudes speak, so you would not have understood anything he'd been saying. The words coming out of his mouth don't even sound like they're coming off of his vocal cords, almost. It's almost like something almost apart from him that's speaking the words coming out of his mouth.
Well, then I didn't say any of that. So I'll ask him, what do they want?
They want some food, but I'm gonna see.
I'm gonna leave and going to go find some food.
So you're gonna get up and
So
leave.
walking out, finding food. Get the
Okay,
little blue critters out.
a venture to go find some food, depending on how much you're going for, will take time. How much time are you planning to spend on this?
Like 10, 15 minutes.
You will not find food in 10 or 15 minutes. Unless you get like just you can roll for it. You can very well try.
I will roll
it
for it.
It will be a high DC. This will be a survival check.
Spend an hour on it. You can do an hour.
Actually, a survival check with disadvantage for 15 minutes.
Well,
do an hour.
Because this will be you going out trying to find whatever you can scrounge up around you, right?
Okay, I'll do an hour. I just didn't want anyone to die while I was gone. I will let them know.
If you want to spend the hour on it, you can. But whatever transpires within this hour will happen without you there. Keep that in mind before you roll. Once you roll, it is set in stone.
Okay. Would half an hour
you will
be
have
too
a straight
long?
roll.
Okay.
Half an hour, I would say, will still be at disadvantage.
I'm gonna ask them. I'm going to go get food. How long should I be gone? I don't want anyone to die while I'm gone.
Well, we can just give them some of ours.
Why do we have to give them anything?
I'm talking to them.
Little blue,
That's what I'm
the
trying
little blue
to...
person leans down and kind of like closes in on your face, Nemazine, like super close, not leans down, looking at you. Promised food.
I know. We're getting food.
Wait, does anyone know?
Your food.
I know. That's what I'm discussing. All. Excuse me. All food.
That's why I'm going to go find some food.
All of
they
it?
want food. You don't mess with fairies.
What can you give us in return?
You get the sense some of the color, the bright blue color of the light that's creating this little body has now dimmed to a darker blue, turning almost green, like a turquoise now.
Green.
You upset her.
Sense
What'd you say?
of frustration and impatience.
Tell the little thingy I'm going to go find him some food if he would like to come with me.
Well, why? Like, we can just give him our food, right?
Yes, well, I happen to like boar a lot, and I would like to keep it.
Well, okay, and then I'm talking now to the little fairy. You didn't say all of it, and I can give you some food, and I'll grab one of the saddlebags, I guess. But we need some for ourselves as well.
Oh.
You didn't say all yesterday.
And at that, she actually is walking over. She stands up off of your chest, and the little 2-foot form shatters into maybe about 30 of the same form from before, all over the ground, kind of thing at your side, because you're still laying down, right?
Well, I went over, or I at least sat up to grab the saddlebag.
Kanari's still holding on to them. She has been all night long.
You have all of them? I thought you just said yours.
I had these saddlebags with
the saddlebags with the food in them. They don't all have food.
I had all of it.
Okay.
Not all of the saddlebags have food in them.
Yeah.
The little forms start moving slowly, like drifting on the breeze towards Kanari, a breeze that doesn't exist.
Okay, tell the little dudes
not this
we'll go get them food.
Atoll is not in the tent, as a side note, guys. Atoll's not here.
Where'd he go?
Atoll.
Great. All right.
Cool. Oh, wait. Okay. We can give you some of the food. I'll give you some of the food. Don't worry. And I'll look at Kanari and just give me the saddlebag. I'm just trust me.
You get the look of someone who's used to having to fight for her own food, and she's just kind of like not giving this up that easily. She gives you half of the like. She gives you one of the saddlebags with half
That's
of the
fine.
like.
That's fine. I'll look in, and we have what rations for like 8 days, right? 6 or 8 days.
They took half. I think it's only 4 days.
Oh, really?
So you guys have 3 days of food left.
3 days. Okay.
3 days
I'll
worth
give
of
them
rations. For you, the horses,
the horses. Can't they
Horses
just
have to
you
eat.
have 2
grass?
horses.
Horses do eat.
They
grass?
eat, not grass.
The wild horses.
Some grass, I'm sure, but they're not wild horses. These are oat-eaten horses.
Pampered, stupid, bratty horses. Okay, I'll give them a full day's worth of rations.
So you hand some of the
I'll like hand like little
some of the
little
pork to
bits
them.
and pieces to like each one.
Well, as you hand out the food toward them, the little forms coalesce into the main form a second time, and reaches out both hands. And as you set them down, enter the glowing translucent hands. The food falls down to the ground, and as it sweeps through the hands, it rots immediately, and it falls on the ground, completely gone, like completely rotten. And then as you kind of look at it, it continues to rot and degrade until finally it becomes dust.
So did you eat that, or did you waste it, or what?
The form turns more bluish at this point, and
You gave them all your food. That's your portion. You gave them all of your food, which is what you promised them.
Well, I guess for 3, yeah.
In essence, what happened the night before, you said, come back tomorrow. You can take the food then. And they agreed. So whatever the food, when they were saying the food, you said the food back.
Well, I
whatever
never
you
said
meant,
take the
whatever
food,
they
right?
thought you meant, there is probably a separation there.
Did I ever say I would give? I just said come back tomorrow, right?
You said you come back tomorrow, and you promised to give it to them. That's what I wrote down. You promised to give them the food tomorrow.
Okay.
Just give them the food. We can find more.
All the food?
We can find more.
What about the boar?
Yes, well, I'm getting a bit impatient and we need to get a move on.
They're
For
not
today.
that threatening, are they? Why do we give them anything? Let's just leave.
You don't
they can
mess
help
with
us.
fairies.
Can you help me, and I'll give you some more food? Does she change any colors?
She's still bluish. She'll step forward with her hands out towards the food. Whoever's holding it right now.
We have to eat as well today. So by the time we finish eating, you'll have what's all that's left. So you have eaten your whatever, and we need to eat ours.
The color turns green, almost completely green. And she goes, food. Tomorrow. Today. Promised.
I get it.
All.
No, not all the food. We have to eat some too. I am hungry.
We're just going in circles here.
Mom is hungry.
Nemazine, go ahead and roll a persuasion check.
A persuasion check
At disadvantage.
at disadvantage. Well, 6.
Oh.
As you say it one more time, and the form has turned more of a translucent green, it starts to turn even. The color changes again, and it starts turning pinkish to reddish, and once it turns red, it shatters again, but there's no forms around, and there's no forms around anymore. And it's gone. Whatever it was is gone.
We're cursed for like forever.
We're double cursed. Thanks for that, Nemo.
Well, like
and
I
I'm
said,
gonna
I took
storm
care
out
it,
of the tent.
and we still have 2 days worth of
You
rations.
still have 2 days worth of rations
So eat
for
up.
the group.
We might as well finish it now because they're.
I'm
probably
already out of the
hungry.
tent.
I will eat then. I will eat to my fill.
Carhale, as you leave, you're going to spend the hour finding food.
Yeah.
Okay.
While they clean up, get us ready for leaving, I assume.
As you're walking out, you see a toll walking back. Like you start crossing paths as you're walking outward from your little encampment. And he kind of looks up at you, and looking at him, he's got a bow over his shoulder. One of the bows that you guys had one of the bows you picked up from the horses from the guys you guys killed a little while ago. And
That was
he's
unfortunate.
he's holding a little bunny carcass on his shoulder. And he
I
sees
promise.
you, freezes. You guys okay?
Fine. I trust you know what to do with that. Nodding to the bunny.
I have since I was like 6. And he goes and sits down near the tent at the flap of the tent and starts cutting up the rabbit.
Very well. I'll start looking for a little bit more because that's probably not going to be enough for everyone.
Nope. His check, he didn't get too high, but he got something.
I am gonna take.
So
Was there a crossbow or some
you
other
could take
bow?
the bow that there would have been 2 bows that you guys had on those saddlebags.
I'll take the other one. Yeah, a warhammer is really not great for hunting.
Quite.
So I'll take the other bow with me.
Sure.
And go out and look for either foraged food or if I see any animals while I'm looking for foraged food.
Okay. I would say you should probably dedicate your time to one or the other, or else the DC will be lower or higher. Sorry. To do both.
Okay. I will look for not animals then.
Okay. Foraged food then. Cool. You go out and go ahead and give me a survival check or nature check.
Woohoo! Oh, I don't think that matters too much. I think they're both good. Yeah, they're the same. Dirty 20.
Nice.
Dirty 20. Okay, so you go out. You make your way through looking for different roots, different edible plants and whatnot. Foraged food, all of the above. You do, come on, exit out. Okay. So you do find a little trove of so you find yourself a little stream, a source of water first, because you know that if there's a source of water, you're going to have a bunch of plants like growing nearby, and from there you find some trickling water. It's not even a stream, but it's dribbling through this rocky crevice, I guess, along the ground. And as you nearby, you find some of the greenery that's growing nearby it. And looking around, you find a bunch of shoots. You're not sure exactly what they're called, but there's something that you used to eat back at home pretty often. And you're actually surprised to find them way up here in the north.
Do I find
but the
any
shoots,
mushrooms?
There's a ton of them. You find a few mushrooms.
I would like to druidcraft
you
grow.
find a little, like a small field of mushrooms.
Could
Like
I possibly
small field? I mean, 5 by 5 feet. Druidcraft to do what?
To grow some more mushrooms of the same kind in the area.
Go ahead and roll me a.
I'm doing it with
nature
the
check.
heart. I'm doing it with the heart of I'm taking it, so I'm replenishing it.
Go ahead and roll me a nature check. And we'll
It's a
see
19.
how 19? Okay, yeah.
So this is beautiful. It rolled an 18, then a 17. Good day.
You touch the ground with your hand, and you reach into the ground for that, whatever it is, that energy that you tap into for this, and you just urge the plants to grow, and as you do that, you see some new plants that hadn't like actually budded yet. By budding, I don't know mushrooms, man, but they do grow up next to the mushrooms that have already fully formed, and you slice those off once and you do it a second time, and they grow up another basically set of mushrooms that you harvest. You do get enough for about you get a lot of mushrooms, I will say. Yes. As you do, go ahead and roll me a nature check. Just a straight nature check.
Another one?
Are they poisoned?
16?
16?
Poison? A parasite? Poison?
A poison parasite?
After you've done all of this and you've been super close with the mushrooms and looking at them and urging them, you do realize as you're doing so, throughout this whole process, that they are poisonous mushrooms.
Come on.
Peter died.
I'm gonna leave them and I'm gonna go wash off in the stream to try to get the poison off my hands.
Good thinking. And go ahead and roll a Constitution saving throw with advantage.
With advantage?
With advantage. You're washing it off immediately.
Stay.
Oh, dang. I get a +5 to my Constitution saving throws. It's a 15.
15.
I will never
feel no
die.
ill effect.
I will never die.
The juices that had gotten on your fingers through handling and stuff doesn't even affect the rough, calloused hands that you have.
My hands are also made of rock.
They are, but you are still somehow affected by anything that affects humans too, for the most part.
Do I bleed? I don't know if I bleed or not.
Do Genasi's bleed? Do Earth Genasi's bleed?
I don't know. I'll look into that.
All this to say, you're good. This has taken you about an hour. This whole process
To not get
mushrooms.
mushrooms.
To not get mushrooms. I mean, hey, you have poison mushrooms. You can take them with you if you want.
That's a good point. Would I have could I have a
you
spare
do not
pouch?
have the baggage to carry all of them that you would. I was going to actually reference that as if they hadn't been poisoned, but what's it called? You do have enough space for I would say about maybe 10 of them. They're bigger mushrooms. They're like,
I'll take it. I'll take it.
Mm-hmm. So you can collect 10 of those poisoned mushrooms. And you can write down that they have a DC 10. Just write that down with it. DC 10 poison Constitution saving throw affiliated.
It is noted.
For the hour that Karhale had been out foraging for food, Nemazine, Kanari, what were you guys up to?
Oh, real quick before we get to that, how many days worth of rations would I have found?
So since you spent, I would say probably a good, because you kind of disengaged from what you saw the mushrooms and you disengaged from hunting for anything else. So I would say you found 1 day's worth with the dirty 20.
Good enough.
Just roots and just edible roots that you found near the water's edge.
That is a great question.
Packing up.
Yeah, I'll be packing up to go, and
An hour isn't that long. Yeah, just whatever.
probably keeping an eye out very vigilantly to see if those little things come back. She does not trust that they're gone for good.
I'm gonna try to get a vantage point and just see where we're going forward.
So as a side note, Atoll during this hour, he sets up a fire. He starts a fire and he tries to start cooking the rabbit. He's like going as fast as he can. He doesn't know when you guys are planning to leave. But silently sets up a little cook fire to cook the rabbit. And over the course of the hour, Carhale, when you start to return, you see Atoll still kind of minding the fire cooking rabbit. And Nemazine, Kanari, what are you guys up to while she returns? When she returns?
Packing.
I guess I would just be looking toward where we're going.
Meditating.
Where we're heading.
Nice. Carhale, as you re-enter the encampment with your bundles of roots and your bag of poisoned mushrooms, you do see Atoll like stoking the fire, and everyone go ahead and give me a perception check.
Nah. 15.
Huh?
15.
Gotcha.
2.
11.
There it is.
Okay, Kanari, you sense.
Oh, I have advantage. Hold on.
Sense
16.
16. So much better. But you sense this energy almost kind of build up next to you in the direction of where Atoll is.
Fudge.
Beyond the sense of the warmth of the fire, you feel this like almost burst of, if you could ascribe feeling a color, reddish energy. And the fire that Atoll has been stoking bursts up like he's kind of hovering over it and stuff, and it's not a big fire, but this bursts up about 2 feet higher than it was, and he like jumps back in alarm, and you hear like ah, and he kind of like throws himself back from the fire, and he like none of the flames lick at him, nothing catches on him, and he kind of dodges away and kind of rolls on the ground a little bit to make sure that it doesn't catch on his clothing. But when he scrambles back to the fire, he's like, no. And he tries to pull the food that he had been cooking on it. It's completely charred within seconds. Nice. And he's like, ugh! And he kicks the fire and he kind of crouches down. They're just confusion, angry confusion.
It was them. They're back, or they were back.
Them?
This is why you don't mess with fairies. You should have just given them the food that they asked for.
Wait, those things were back?
Yes, and Nemo told them that we weren't going to give them all of our food.
I understood a word they were saying.
I just said come back tomorrow. I literally never said.
Yes, you made a deal with Faye. You don't make deals with Faye.
No, I didn't. I promise.
You made a deal with those things?
No. Okay, maybe.
You told them they could come back.
Yeah.
And then they could get food later. That's a deal.
In the daytime. It's like
how were you able to talk to them?
What do you mean? They were talking to me. I talked back.
Actually, at that, Atoll kind of stalks up to you. And how tall are you, Nemazine?
5'10".
5'10". Yeah, he's so much shorter than you. He's like 4'5" maybe.
Good.
Oh, teensy.
Yeah, he's like a small guy in comparison to all of you guys. Teeny tiny. But he
4'5"?
stalks
Is
up
he a
to you and
halfling or
everything,
something?
kind of glaring at you and
He's a
everything.
kid.
Like, why are you able to talk to those shaitans?
Shaitans? I
They
don't know what that
have a
accent is,
name.
but
That
they talk to
Nemazine, you
me.
do recognize that as a Talon term, and in essence, it means Fae.
They talk to me.
In essence,
I talk to
no,
them.
sorry, correction. In essence, it means devil, almost.
Yeah,
Devil, Fae, like magical devil.
Okay.
makes sense.
They talk to me. I talked back. I don't know. I could understand them.
How?
I don't know. What do
You shouldn't be able to talk to them. I couldn't understand it. Could you? And he turns to the two of you guys, accusingly, actually.
No,
I just
but
shrugged.
I don't know every language in the world. Do you?
I
He turns
also
back
do not know
to
every
Nemazine.
language.
What do you?
Why can you speak to them?
What
Normal
language?
people can't speak to them.
Maybe I don't know. I don't know.
Were they
were-
speaking a language, Nemo?
No, they just I don't. They sounded normal to me. I don't know.
That's yeah.
Oh, really? How did he understand them?
He's basically hearing them as though they were speaking common.
I didn't realize that. I thought they were speaking Sylvan to him.
They are.
They were.
But
Is Sylvan a language?
It is.
yes.
So wouldn't he know that he knows it's Sylvan? Because if he learned a language. Huh.
Insight check. I'm gonna insight check him.
On me.
How does he not? You were speaking a language. I heard you speaking a language, and you're now claiming that it's not a language. So yes,
Roll your
insight check.
Maybe they were disguising their language. Maybe they were disguising your ears. I don't know.
They were disguising my ears.
I don't know.
Insight.
They were.
Oh,
just
it's a plus 0.
common.
15.
To my what am I rolling against this?
You're not rolling anything. 15. You can tell her based on that 15 what you think she would gather.
I genuinely believe that I was speaking common. I don't believe I was speaking another. Like to me, I was not speaking another language. Or it was not necessarily common, but it was not. Common is sure. I was not speaking another language. In my sense.
Atoll just kind of growls at you and stomps away. Like, are we leaving? He picks up a pack of stuff.
Is he gonna turn green and red too? Grumpy.
I think it's best that we get out of here as quickly as possible. Seems like we've made some enemies. Might as well get a move on.
Well, some of us have made some enemies.
They're my friends. I gave them food, guys.
They'll walk out again.
They attacked a toll. I don't think they like any of us. And then
how do you know that was them? What if a toll just messed up the fire?
No.
You can't mess up a fire like that.
You can mess up a fire. Have you ever seen anybody?
Did you not feel their energy?
Not like that.
Yes.
That was some creepy magic crap.
Maybe a toll did some creepy magic crap.
Oh yes.
I would never.
Fella,
and he turns back and roars.
He's gonna fight you.
I would. And he stalks up to you again, Nemazine, and shoves you on the chest.
And I barely move because
he reach?
4 foot nothing.
He is shoving you. That'll be a roll to attack. Are you gonna take it, Nemazine, or are you going to try to dodge it?
No, I just sure.
You just take it? Wait, what?
Yeah.
Okay,
I'm not gonna
he
try to
shoves
dodge.
you. Yeah. No, he shoves you, and you. It's a pretty tough shove coming from a tiny person, and you kind of.
What am I?
You get shoved
am I doing
backwards.
a save against that?
About. No, I mean you're not trying to dodge it. You just take it and you get thrown about 6 feet back. That was a tough shove.
6 feet back, no save.
Mhm.
Wow, that's a tough little cookie.
Okay, it's not like you're flying through the air. This is you like
It's just like stumbling back,
stumble,
like
fall on the
I
ground
got
kind
it.
of thing. Like you're not gonna take any. You feel bruises on your tailbone, but you're not taking damage.
No, yeah, I got you.
a toll.
I would
toll.
never.
Listen. None of us here would kill you for practicing anything. It's okay. We're not.
That doesn't. He turns to you. That I wouldn't ever. Are we going or are we staying?
We're going.
Harley, did you get any food while you were out?
Let's
I
leave.
did.
Let's leave before we talk about food, please. Let's go. And we're like, I'm shoving everyone to leave.
Let me clean off before I. All right, I'll get up and get everything ready and good to go.
We start leaving. Put it down.
You guys hop on them horses and you get going. Okay, so following a toll still.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
mean,
Okay.
He's got the map. He does have the map.
Here
Just
we
a
go.
reminder.
So who rolled last time? Your D10s.
I rolled once.
I think it was Kanari and then it was Karhale.
I think so.
Probably.
Nemazine, go ahead and roll a D10 for me.
D10.
As you guys start traveling on this lovely day.
Ugh, another glorious morning. Makes me sick.
I rolled a 3.
A 3. Let's see. Let's make sure that's not something you already rolled. Okay, roll it again. You already rolled a 3.
I rolled a 9.
9.
Instant death to hold.
TPK. I don't know why I put that on this table.
It's on there, so as the DM says.
Okay, so as you guys start traveling today, like I said, the scenery, the forest is starting to disperse a little bit. You can see to your left as you guys are traveling eastward. You see the pale mountains in the distance, and the mist of the morning still kind of coating the ground. It's a little bit chiller than you would expect for a summer morning during. The month is called Yosut, and all of you guys would know this. But a Yosit morning, normally a bit warmer, but up here in the north, I guess it's colder. And the chill setting, you guys are all still pretty chill to the bone. You guys didn't, nothing bad came to you for a night without a fire and stuff like that, but it's pretty cold. Atoll, when he returned, he was cleaner. Like, he had cleaned off the mud and everything that morning. So now he looks, if not cleaner. But yeah, so as you guys start traveling, though, the trees are a little bit more separate. The ground becomes more of a rocky landscape. Things shifting from more of the foresty, thick, dense canopy to more. You can see farther into the distance. The rocks are you guys are having to kind of get off the horses and make your way up rock outcroppings and stuff like that to keep on going in a straight direction. And Atoll is kind of leading you as well as he can. And I'm going to roll for him.
Advantage.
You guys... Oh, with the map. You're right. Thank you. There we go. It was the same roll. Yeah, so as you guys continue going, Atoll is seemingly relatively confident with his directions. And as you guys travel along, you guys have kind of left the area of most of the grassy parts of your landscape that you guys are traveling across. However, as you guys are going and you guys come over one specific ridge of rocks, you guys, as you're coming on top of this ridge and you're about to start climbing down again, you see kind of a random valley of yellowish greenish grass with flowers all the way through, and it spreads out about probably about a few hundred yards to the right, and only about 100 yards, 200 yards to your left. But it's a large valley of flowers that you couldn't see from the rock ridge that you guys had just gone over, that you guys are now on top of, looking down at this field of flowers. Just kind of randomly there amid the landscape. On the left, where the field of flowers ends, you see a cliff that kind of rises about, it's probably about like 500 feet up, cliff kind of going up on the side, and that's what cuts off the field of flowers 100 yards to the left. And along the other side, you don't, it's almost like there's this bowl, the ridge you're on, and then on this side left, a cliff going up, and on that side a few ridges kind of going up the same, farther away, but a pretty wide bowl that you're on the left side of. And down there, the field of flowers, you guys can go down. It won't be too difficult, but you will have to kind of pick and prod your way down, I guess.
Is there not a path? Like,
there's no paths. This is kind of
Oh.
like the wildlands and stuff.
Right.
You will be trying to keep your horse's footing intact and stuff, and leading down the best possible route. It will be a roll to get down.
Do we have other options, or is that the
Could-
way to go?
Atoll says, well, we could go. So to go left, you'd have to kind of go back a little bit, so you could circle around to the left to go around that cliff, unless you wanted to climb the cliff to go around. Or you could go the about 500 yards to the right and start climbing over those ridges. It would take a lot more time than just going down and straight across.
What's the
'Cause it
quickest
kind of-
way? My feet are.
Not a bad feeling about the flowers.
Just go.
I
for
don't know why.
Kanari's gonna like pick up a rock and just chuck it as far as she can into the flowers.
Go ahead and roll me an athletics check.
Can I insight check the flowers?
If you'd like, you can roll a nature check at disadvantage.
I have a -1 for athletics, so 17.
So you're crouching. So Kanari picks up a rock and chucks it out into the middle of the flowers. You said 17? Yeah, it goes far. And honestly, Kanari, you've been stopped with little explanation about what it is you guys are seeing, kind of thing. But just based on what they're saying, you're thinking it's something dangerous out on the distance, and so you throw this rock, seeing if something will spook, right?
Yeah.
And so you hear that the clank on the rocky / grassy ground and everything. The sound pretty muffled, honestly, from the distance, because you threw it pretty far. And you see a few birds.
Here, a few birds, yeah.
Flutter up. But
Okay.
the birds were okay.
All right.
I rolled an 8, so it's
Aw.
a 9. It's
Kanara,
9.
you crouch down at the edge of this little the ridge that you guys are on, looking down at these flowers, and the colors are ranging from like an orange, I want to say marmalade, from this like burnt orange color to more of a blue color, going more toward the right. And
Are they
it's
all
very
like
lovely?
the same? Are
but
they
you
the
don't
same
recognize
type
the
of flower
flowers.
but different color?
Honestly,
Or are they
from this
different
distance,
flowers?
It's kind of hard to tell.
Are there any like nearby that I could pick up?
You
examine?
There are no flowers on the ridge that you are presently on. The ridge you're on is this kind of orange rocky ridge, and so are the rocky outcroppings and stuff in the distance as well.
How much time would it
This
take
is the
just
only-
me?
Green, yellowish thing, like kind of like an oasis amid separated trees and rocky ground.
How long would it take for just me to climb down there, check it out, and make sure it's safe? Because I have, earth walk, so difficult terrain made out of earth is not difficult terrain for me.
That
Made of
would
earth
apply
or
to
stone.
like running and fighting. This would be climbing down and not falling, in essence. It's not a super steep slope. It's not. It's honestly not that bad. It's not climbing the cliff.
Oh, so
But
it's
you would
not
be kind of
difficult
picking your
terrain.
way down. It's like you're on a hill and there's just a lot of these rocks that are making up the hill, and you're trying to climb down the hill.
So it's not difficult terrain.
It would be if you were in combat.
I thought difficult terrain applied
Difficult
even
terrain
with
is more
movement.
for like how quickly you move. That's the only aspect it's
Yeah,
applying
so
to. So
if I can
not-
move through difficult terrain without expending extra movement, wouldn't that mean I would be able to get down there faster?
you would still have to roll to see if you fall, slip, break a rock, move a rock and stuff. You
Okay.
can go fast. You can go fast. So if you're fighting someone, that would not affect you. You'd still have your 30 feet of movement. But in this case, you would still be rolling to make sure you don't fall. And if you guys were in combat on this hill, I would still have all of you roll to see if you guys can pick your footing correctly, basically.
Okay.
You're just faster.
But
than
you can do it
down.
quicker. That's in essence
Okay,
what
so
you are.
I would still be able to do it quicker than anyone else.
Yeah,
exactly.
could.
You're able to do
Okay.
it quicker than anyone else, but the chances of you falling are still there.
Okay. I'll say to everyone, I'm going to go check it out and see if it's safe. And if it's not safe, I'm the least likely to die.
You keep saying this.
Atul kind of crouches.
Never mind.
You sure? Maybe we should just go
I
around
mean-
it.
Let's just go through. I'm so tired.
Well, we can either go around, and
No.
it could be potentially dangerous.
No.
Would it be potentially dangerous to go around? Or would it just take more time?
Basically, going around would be you would be having to climb back all these other ridges on the right side or the cliff to your left.
Well, if we go through this way, we could take the horses. It would be quicker. I've just got a really bad feeling about these flowers. I don't know why, so I'm going to go check it out.
Go ahead and give me an
Die.
athletics or acrobatics check as you pick your way down this hill. It's
You
not
You
a
said
super high DC.
athletics or acrobatics.
Yes.
15.
15. Yeah, you guys watch as Karhale kind of starts kind
Please
of
don't
just
let me face plant.
leaping down the rocks and stuff, kind of like hopping from one rock to another. And she seems surprisingly sure about her footing as she's making her way down. And each rock seems like Karhale, as you go, each rock seems to meet you as though it were your friend almost. And you land on the bottom of the hill. Almost no trouble. You can continue into the flowers. They're about 2 feet from you.
Before I walk into the flowers, I'd like to pick one up and smell it.
Oh no.
And I just want to make sure
They
that I
all-
don't die before I have everyone else come through here. Constitution. It's just so suspicious, and I don't trust it.
Don't be suspicious. Don't be
Don't
suspicious.
be suspicious.
You pick up
Don't
a
be
flower, you
suspicious.
pluck the flower, and you smell it. It smells almost like any other flower you've ever smelled in your life.
I pick up a different colored flower.
You
smell
go
it too.
12 feet to the left to go find another flower. The one you picked up first was yellow. This one's more of a darker orange, and you pick that up and you smell it. Roll me a perception check. This is based on smell.
I love you. Oh, my perception is +0. 19 still.
19. You smell it, and you definitely get this note of something, but you're not sure what.
Is it different? Is it a different type of flower from the yellow one? Or are they all the same type of flower, just different colors?
They're all, oh, sorry, from here, you can tell that they're all the same flower. At least the ones in your vicinity about 5 feet from you. Like 10 feet from you.
I'm really nervous, but we're gonna be screwed no matter what way we go, or else this game wouldn't be interesting. So I'll
Atoll kinda
motion
calls
for.
down, you should eat it.
I'll eat it.
You stuff it into your mouth and you eat it. And as you're chewing, it tastes like all the flowers you've ever eaten in your life. Anything?
How many flowers has Karhale eaten in her life? That's what I want to know.
You don't want to know.
Probably.
I'll motion for everyone to come down.
Let's wait a second.
Why?
What, to see if she dies?
Are you making sure I don't die?
I think
Let's
he's making
go.
sure you're dead first, actually.
I feel
Atoll
loved.
actually laughs.
Thanks, Atoll. I'll make a heart with my hands.
Rolls his eyes and looks away and grabs one of the horses to start leading him down.
Is a
So
minor.
who is going to who is going to be leading the horses? Atoll's gonna grab one. Who's gonna grab
I
the
already
other?
had one because yeah.
You have one?
hmm
Are you still on top of the horse, Nemesis?
No, I'm down.
Okay. So go ahead, all of you.
The fairies are
You
back.
guys are going to roll the sorry, this thing it restarted on its own and I don't know why. Anyway, you guys are making your way down. Go ahead and roll me an athletics check, each and every one of y'all.
Making my way downtown.
Can I do an acrobatics check if I'm like, kind of like jumping from rock to rock or something?
Acrobatics check.
Like jumping or like kind of.
Oh yeah. Sorry, acrobatics or athletics are satisfactory.
Sweet. Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. 16, Nemesis.
Yes.
Okay. And Atoll. So you all start making your way down. Nemesis, though, go ahead and roll me one more check, and this will be an animal handling check to see if you can help the horse make its way down.
Oh yeah, that's 19.
19. Okay, so Kanari, first you leap down and you go quickly. Like Karhale before had been this kind of like lumbering, like boom, 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 each rock that she landed on, holding her weight, and somehow she could choose her footing so perfectly. For you, it's more like, it's like you're barely even there. You're barely touching the rocks. And as you leap from rock to rock, you're making the decisions quickly in your mind as you sense the rocks coming upon you, because you can't sense, beyond a certain amount of feet from you, but you can sense the holds that you're landing on, basically. And you're making your guesses very well, very lucky. And you leap your way down.
Butterfly, sting like a bee.
And you land lightly at the bottom of the outcropping. You guys see Atoll actually start picking his way down. And as he's going, actually, I'm going to roll for the horse as well. Okay, so Atoll starts making his way down. And as he does, you guys see one rock under one foot kind of slip from under him, and he catches himself. And then but the horse steps on the same rock as it follows after him and kind of stumbles a little bit. And they seem to be kind of wobbling on their way down. And halfway down, you guys hear like a little and Atoll, like the rock under him that he's about to step on, like snaps almost, and he falls, lets go of the reins, and rolls down the hill. Painfully rolls down this hill, like hitting rocks and bumping. So I'm gonna roll a dexterity saving throw for him. And that would be
We heard a giggle from the rocks. Is that what you're saying?
Kanari, I'd say you would have heard this giggle as you were going down, and Nemazine you as well. Karhale, I'd say you were too far away.
But like from the rocks?
It's kind of since it's kind of a rocky atmosphere. It kind of echoes across. You're kind of not sure where it's coming from. You just hear it. And Atoll rolls to a stop at your feet, Kanari, and stuff, and banged up, like kind of ripped up, and like bruised, looking real mighty bruised. I'm gonna give her. Yeah, he's looking pretty beat up and a little bloody, and he kind of rolls to the stop. Ow! But at the same time that he'd been rolling down, the horse took a step and also lost footing and falls over, like tips to the side and slams down on the rocks and slam as the horse rolls down as well and comes to a stop at the bottom and does not get up.
Oh no!
Is it alive?
Kind of shifts up to look over and hits the ground with a fist. It's like, ah!
Is the horse alive at all?
You can go and check.
She's going to go check.
You come to the horse, and you don't even need to check. It is breathing, like labored breathing. Like,
he's okay.
She's going to put her hands on it and give it a little bit of healing because it seems like it's worse off than Atoll.
Ty, as you're reaching down, Ty's like, no, wait. You should really check it first. Check it first. Make sure if it's... you haven't used this for very long, Kanari, but if you heal it when something is broken, it'll heal the broken part still broken. It doesn't fix it automatically. You'll have to set the bones first if it's broken. Check.
Good to know. All right, I'm going to check then. I would not have known that. Why don't we just...
I'm now picturing Ty as the little paperclip thing that used to pop up when you'd type and he'd give you little tips. Ty the paperclip, which is ironic because you tie paper clips together. Ties papers together.
This is the thing that Ty would know about, so.
True. All right, what kind of check am I making?
Okay, so this will be a medical check. And I would say at disadvantage because you don't
know help?
Anatomy. Karhala, you can totally help. You would make it a straight roll for Kanari, or you could do it yourself. It is up to the both of you. You could separately roll, or you could give Kanari.
I probably have more experience.
You would have more experience.
I'm proficient in medicine.
I'm also proficient in medicine. I rolled a 1.
Rolled a 1. Gotcha. So you kind of start feeling over with your hands, and you're just confused about this beast. You just
could I still try?
And Karhale, go for it. Yes. So, sorry. You're trying to figure out what exactly is wrong with it, correct? And are you going to try to set the bones with this roll as well?
Should I do separate rolls?
It could all be in one roll. I was just wondering if it was a perception versus actual medicine check.
Medicine. So, whatever. Yeah.
So, medicine check will do. You'll be trying to figure out what exactly is wrong. Looking at it, you can tell that 2 of its legs are broken. So this will be 2 separate setting of the legs. It's also beat up beyond that. But in essence, 2 of the
that's the important thing.
The legs are like broken. Yes. So as you're touching it, it's whimpering. Kanari, as you were touching it, it was whimpering a lot. It was like the labored.
Sorry, buddy.
And so you're going to set the first leg. This is the front left leg on it, and you're going to put your hands on it. First, roll me an animal handling check. To see if it lets you.
Okay.
So you're going to reach down to reach for its injured leg, and you are trying to soothe it as you go. 14? Okay,
It's a straight
you
roll.
whisper to it. You whisper it to it in your almost like the way your mother would whisper to you whenever you got hurt. And
Which was a lot.
you grab at its leg. Go ahead and roll a medicine check. I know, right?
14. 2 14s in a row. That's weird. 16.
You feel for the broken bones, and thank God, or thank Taylor, thank whoever, it's a nice clean break, and you set the bone, and the horse like cringes and makes the sound, and you set the bone. You feel you hear kind of a scraping sound, and you've got it in the right place. Second bone, go for it. So the next broken leg is the bottom right leg. It's basically like at the bottom of the beast right now because it's laying on its right side. And so you're reaching for that leg that's broken. You're gonna feel it. Your animal handling check, I would say, still stands, so it's calmed enough. Go ahead and roll me your second medicine check.
So 15.
15. Okay. So you're feeling long. This one's a little bit more difficult. It's cracked in 2 places, and so you try to angle the bone, feeling the way it's supposed to be, remembering everything your dad taught you on how to care for horses, and you actually even remember a moment of setting a bone when you were younger for a horse, and you remember then actually that when that had happened, you were with your uncle and your father actually on an outing together toward the town. And the horses, something very similar actually, going down an outcropping, the horses stumbled, rolled, and one of them had a broken bone. And as your father was trying to lead you along, setting the bone and fixing it, your uncle actually decided it was his horse that fell and your father was helping fix it. But he decided it wasn't worth it, and he just put the animal out of its misery instead of actually finishing the job. Because none of you guys had healing magic, so there was no point, really. But your father had wanted to give you some experience with it. But yeah, so as you're setting this bone, though, you click one of the places broken into place, and as you're going down for the next one, you push that into place as well. And you think it's okay. You think you're good, in which case it's ready to be healed, as far as you can tell based on the rest of the animal, and it's ready.
All right. I think that should be good enough.
Labored breathing.
Bernard's going to reach out, put her hand on both of its legs, the broken legs, and kind of give it just a little bit of healing.
Atoll, turn around.
Her hand's kind of warm up.
I'm not squeamish.
You don't like. Yeah.
He turns around.
Her hands kind of warm up and just kind of, she just lays it on them and kind of like, there. Good horsey. And this kind of just gives it a little bit of healing. 2 hit points, not much, but.
The bones set in the place that they've been, the bones, words. The horse kind of gives out this huff of breath as like a cold energy rushes over it. And the whimpering seems to let up a little bit. And some of the scratches on the beast have kind of pulled together and sealed over, like speeded healing, scabbing, and new skin and fur growing over it. But only a little bit. And it still looks bruised, and it's still kind of labored breathing. But you did what you could. And Ty goes, good job. Good job. Atoll comes over. It's pretty useful. Begrudgingly.
I one tries.
Toll's gonna reach for the reins and see about helping the horse up.
Is it
He's gonna roll.
safe to help the horse up?
You don't know. Yeah, so you guys go to stand. Nemazina, as this is happening, what were you doing anything?
Well, I was hoping the other horse get down.
You were helping the other horse get down, and you did make it safely down. I'd say you made it safely down about the time that they rolled down.
Oh.
But
okay.
yeah. Was there anything you wanted to do as this was transpiring?
No. Not really.
Right on. And so he helps the horse to stand, and the horse is pretty wobbly, but does get back up on both recently healed legs.
I think we'll have to definitely not ride it for a while. It's going to be a little slow going, but it's better than losing it. Also, did anybody else hear that giggle that happened? When it's almost like something tripped the pole on purpose.
I heard something. I don't know if it was giggling, but something.
I didn't hear anything, but I was kind of
Preoccupied.
Yeah.
Do I notice anything like kind of hidden in the rocks or anything?
You look at the rocks. Roll me a perception check. Sorry, you would have to get up on the rocks to be able to roll a perception check for this, actually.
I mean, she gets up on the first couple rocks. Like, she didn't climb up. Like, she just climbed up on the first couple rocks.
Okay. So you're feeling around with your hands?
3. Yeah.
Reaching out with your senses, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
You feel rocks. And you can sense the shapes of the rocks.
Dang.
Nothing otherwise.
Okay.
Those are some rocks.
You do sense, like, insect life within the rocks.
Yeah.
Plausibly some things that are a little bit bigger than insects, but nothing beyond. Nothing.
It's those stupid fairies. Well, Karhale, do you think it's safe to keep going down this path?
Well, I ate one and I didn't die, so I'd say it's pretty safe. As safe as you can get.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
Karhale,
gonna regret
even now,
saying that
you're not
later.
feeling anything. This is about 20 minutes later with the whole falling horse and trying to set the bones and stuff. Like, you're still not feeling. There's nothing.
All right.
Well, let's
Onward
keep
and upward.
moving because we've wasted enough time here already.
I agree.
Mm-hmm. So you guys continue moving through the field. The field, I would say, it'll take you guys about an hour to cross, going eastward. And a toll starts slowly leading the horse, not tugging it along super quickly. You guys are going at a pretty moderate pace for the day.
I'm gonna give them some of the shoots and roots that I got this morning.
The horse?
Yes.
The horse starts like eating it out of your hand. It likes you pretty well, I think. As you guys continue on through this field, is there anything you guys would like to do as you guys are walking through?
It's just flowers, so I can't find anything useful.
True.
I am going to make a flower crown. Pick them, daisy chain that crap.
Okay. Roll me either performance or dexterity handling check. Sleight of hand check. Just to see if you can successfully do it with your rocky, tough fingers. You're like the Thing trying to pick up the ring on the floor in the Fantastic Four movie. That's who you are.
I rolled a natural 1. +1. So 2.
Natural 1. So you guys watch as Karhale starts picking up flowers and everything, and the pulling them out stems and stuff, and kind of looking at it and like almost looking up in thought, like, how do you do this again? And Karhale, you're trying to remember how your mom used to do it because your mom would make them a lot, and some of the it taught a lot of the kids in the village too. And you're also remembering you could never quite do it as well as she could. How? And as you're trying to figure it out, you guys are seeing this like little chain that's like she's tying knots to each flower, but that's not quite exactly how you do it. And she ends up with like a little circle that's attached by knotted stems and stuff. But the stems are kind of pulling apart at the like where they're knotted too tight and stuff because they're like ripping apart and everything. And she kind of just holds up a mangled circle, a little too big for her head for that. On that note too.
I'm gonna put it on Atoll.
Atoll kind of just lets you do it. Shakes his head.
Is it more like a necklace
I'll
on him?
And he's actually gonna go for it too.
Kanari's keeping a watch out this whole time. Like she's definitely keeping an eye.
Kanari's keeping a watch out.
Ear out
Roll
for
a
things.
Perception check. And at what? And are you using your senses to do this, or your smell, hearing?
My hearing mostly.
Okay, and you can roll that with advantage. And Karhale, Atoll does one after you, kind of looking at what you did and trying to amend what you did, and it comes out almost the same, but a little bit better. And he's like, ugh, and he rips it apart and throws it over to the side.
Oh.
And the one that you put on his head is kind of like flopped over onto mostly a shoulder and is hanging on by ear,
necklace
kind of thing. It's more of a necklace, yeah. And as he walks, it continually loosens and falls and stuff.
Did you guys never do arts and crafts in school?
I still don't know what school
That's
is.
right. I forgot you were homeschooled. You're like a. Yeah.
Is that derogatory? I feel like that's an insult.
No, you just learned different things than I did. You were like.
I learned useful things. Like
Yeah.
how to hunt and take care of myself.
Mhm.
That's a good point. I'm sorry you had to go to school.
If I hadn't been captured, I don't think I would need to do these things. It's just the fact that we were
You don't
captured.
need to take care of yourself.
Yes, I can take care of myself. I've been doing that
Really?
for 17 years now. I'm perfectly fine.
Really?
So
Yes.
could have fooled me.
I can do whatever I want. I am perfectly capable of doing anything in my life.
In our school, we learned how
At
to
least-
kill people.
At
But
least I could bring a horse down a hill and didn't have to.
Hold on. We're gonna bench your topic, then Nemo. What?
is that
I
not
mean,
normal?
I learned how to kill things, not specifically
Well-
people.
People were the most common enemy, I suppose, where we came from.
See, I'm normal. I had to worry about bears, other large things that would prey on our that would disgrace our tribe.
You're from Tall, right? That's not what we learned in school at all.
Oh. Well,
Wait, you're not from Tull. You said you were from the Gen Desert?
yeah, which borders Tall. It's kind of
It's not in Tull.
Maybe. Geography was never my strong suit. For obvious reasons. Yeah.
She's not gonna get it at first, but it clicks like 2 seconds later.
Kanari goes, for
that's
obvious reasons.
Atoll mutters, I learned how to kill people in like the military, but not at school.
Well, it was either that or face the fury of our master stick. So it's, this or that. It's beat or beat.
His name was
is how
Stick?
it goes, right? Is that how the saying goes?
I wish.
Yeah, I think it is actually.
Yeah.
His name was Stick.
I think it.
No.
I think it's the master's stick.
Like
Possessive.
the master's.
Although I thought that too at first, and I was
When
like,
she
"Oh,
first said
is
that, that's
this
what I thought.
Daredevil? Like his name's Stick, kind of thing."
No,
I mean, it
That's
kind of
what
makes
I
sense. Sure.
thinking.
I
I
couldn't
was like,
think
I
of
was
a
about to
name.
roll with it.
I could not think of a name for the master, so I was just like the master. His, anyway,
Your master,
his name
Ahura.
Akura. Ahura. I forgot his name, and I was like,
And
just go with it.
as a side note, it was a female.
Oh, that I did not know from my notes. So thank you for that clarification. I totally thought it was a man. Anyway, okay. Anyway,
I mean, there were
Stick is a
multiple
way
different
cooler
masters.
name.
The main one that took an interest in you was Ahura.
okay,
Mm-hmm.
cool. I also had an 18 for my perception check, just keeping an eye out for
Okay.
things.
You smell, you hear the of birds around you guys as you guys are kind of disturbing the field. You hear some you can feel the smaller creatures that are like receding into holes and digging under or hiding and whatnot as you guys pass by. Nothing dangerous. As you guys are continuing through the field and you guys are having your conversations, you're making your daisy chains and stuff. I will ask Karhala and Nemazine. Please roll me Constitution saving throws.
Yeah, I got those. 16.
16?
Same.
16?
No.
Yeah.
I was saying I got these. 17.
Okay. So for the first 12 minutes basically of passing through, you guys, you feel nothing. You're good. Next 10 minutes pass and stuff. The second daisy chain is made, and Knar is like keeping a watch out and everything. It's about an hour to get across this field, and you guys are gonna roll 6 times. Go ahead. One more. 10 minutes farther in. You guys are walking along, feeling nothing. The smell of these flowers are thick. It is miasma, almost.
13?
Same.
13?
13.
Wait, no. 14. Sorry, I'm bad at math.
I got a
14?
13.
Nice.
And can I take like some sort of piece of fabric to tie around my mouth and nose?
I would say that based on smelling it beforehand and
What are we fighting against? Is that what
I don't
we're
know,
fighting
because
against?
you looked into it,
smell?
you ate it.
Well,
nothing
you said
happened.
it
I
was
don't think
making
you
it
would
kind
think
of
it's
hard to
dangerous.
breathe.
It's not hard to breathe. It's just a
Oh.
strong smell.
I thought you said it was making it like kind
No,
of hard
no,
to breathe.
Is that
Yeah,
what we're
it's
fighting
fine to
against?
smell. I'm
or-
just saying it's a very strong smell.
Okay.
You don't know. I will say you guys do, Kanari, you sense that miasma, the smell. You can almost sense the smell. Like you can smell it, but you also feel it. And it goes on for how large this field is. It keeps reaching out. As you guys continue through the field, you guys about 10 more minutes pass, huh? And you guys don't feel anything. What? Nemazine? Go ahead.
I'm just gonna continuously if it's that strong, if that's what's if that would bother me, the smell. I'm just gonna continuously just blow air out around me and try to dissipate as much as I can.
Okay. So you guys watch as Nemazine's like.
Oh no! I'm prestidigitating. I'm not no.
Oh. That makes
Oh.
more sense.
Yeah.
That does make a lot more sense. As you guys are continuing walking and stuff, Nemazine, go ahead and roll me Arcana check
Just a
to see
straight
how successful you are with this.
nat one.
That one. So you're feeling the breeze that you're making for yourself as you keep on removing the air, removing the smell kind of thing. And you feel like maybe this could actually work, but also the air you're doing it in front of you, but then there's air behind you that's still like you can still smell it, and then you move it next to you, and then next to you, and it's not quite not smelling it anyway.
Blowing things into my face. No. Stop it.
And a toll. Go ahead and give me. What's it called? You guys have made it about halfway into the field at this point, about 30 minutes across. Atoll is kind of rubbing his nose and everything. You guys, Karhale, Nemazine, you guys feel your eyes start to droop a little bit.
Oh, I knew it.
You're getting a little bit sluggish, almost. Just a little bit.
I think we need to get out of here.
I'm gonna put Atoll on the horse.
Atoll's not drooping
And
at this point. Atoll seems fine.
Nemo,
I'm gonna run.
Nemo, get on the good horse. Go. Take a toll. I'll
Okay.
take the bad horse.
I'm gonna run. Sprint
You guys-
as fast as I can go.
Go ahead, Karhale. So you're going to
The more you
sprint the
run,
30
the more you
minutes
breathe.
out.
Nemo,
And you're
go.
going to run. Nemo,
I'm
I'm
gonna-
as fast
Nemazine,
as
what
the
are you doing?
horse.
What?
You're feeling this drag on your guys' body. It's harder to move a little bit.
I'm gonna create a little like I don't know. I'm making it myself with prestidigitation if I can, like almost like nose plugs with like air like filters in the middle.
I would say that your Nat 1 has still would stand for this, and you still smell it.
Nemo,
You
get
are
on
just
the horse.
not going to be successful.
Take a
with
toll
your
and go.
prestidigitation.
Wait, get on the horse.
The good horse. I just pick him up and I put him on the good horse.
I'm not that small.
Fine, I start pushing
I
you.
weigh
towards the
more
horse.
than you.
I push you towards the horse then. Like trying to get you to do with it the
No,
thing.
yeah.
I can't actually pick like I'm not a
That's
I
right.
child.
think she's still stronger than you, though.
I have a minus one in
Probably.
strength.
Probably, but
I feel like.
Too bad
I
I'm
don't know.
not there.
Kanari's
I
definitely got
just got
more muscle than
My
Nemazine's
strength
got.
modifiers.
Whether or not it's lean muscle.
There.
Karhale,
yeah.
so you take off running as you go. Nemazine, do you get on the horse or do you not?
yeah, I'll get on the horse.
And I push a toll up there too.
And Kanari, you're smelling this, and you're not actually like it's just a smell. It's thick and it's awful, and you hate it because you hate strong smells like this. But nothing.
Because I can't see.
Nemazine, you get on top of the horse. Yeah, is that what you said?
Yeah.
With a toll. I push a toll up there with him.
Okay. And as you do start to see Atoll's like face starting to sag a little bit, eyes starting to droop, and he's like, "What is?"
I just smack
and
the
he gets on
horse's
the horse.
rear end.
Okay. So you guys start going quickly. Nemazine, Karhale, go ahead and roll me another con save. Roll another con save.
Whew. Dirty 20.
Dirty 20.
14.
Man, this +5 constitution save is
Same.
saving me
It's
right now.
Very nice.
Okay. So,
Really enjoying
Nemazine,
this.
You, as you're on the horse and everything, your eyes are starting to droop, and you feel kind of Atoll kind of leaning on you too as he's starting to droop, kind of thing, behind you. And as the horse is now not at a full gallop, because you guys aren't quite pushing it to that, unless you say you are. But the horse is moving quickly, and you're bouncing and jostling on the horse. Karhale, you're running pretty much far ahead of the horse. You took off running kind of right at the start. And Nemazine, as you guys are going through, and the colors of the flowers are changing and everything, Nemazine, you flop to the left, and Atoll flops to the right off the horse. The horse keeps going, and you both collapse on the ground. Go ahead, and you take
Oh wait, Carpale
yeah.
still going?
I'm
The
still
horse
going.
is still going, and she is still going. You guys take a point of bludgeoning damage when you fall.
How far did they get
Nemesis,
before
you
they...
like hit your shoulder and you feel this burst of pain as it comes over, as darkness washes over you. It's whole same thing. And Konari, what did you ask me?
How far did they get before they fell off the horse?
They're about 10 minutes from being out of the. They got pretty far. They got like maybe 5 minutes of riding on the horse before they fell over. So you guys still have maybe about 500 feet to get out. 500,
Carhale!
whatever.
Help
10
me
minutes
pick them up! And then I'm gonna...
She cannot
I'll
hear you
turn
from the
around.
distance she is at.
Oh,
Yeah, you are still running, and you're not going to stop until you get out of this field. So you do.
I
get to
couldn't
the
look
edge
over
of the
my
flowers.
shoulder.
Well, there you didn't hear what she shouted.
Oh,
You're pretty far at this point. I would say you get to the end and then you turn around because you're focused on getting yourself out of there. You get to the end. Go ahead and roll me one more Constitution save. So this is you breaking through the thick smell.
yeah.
And getting out and kind of scrambling away till you can't smell it anymore.
17.
17. Actually, you get to that edge. Yeah, this was like it was like a building skill challenge. You get to the edge, and as you kind of get to the part where you can't quite smell it anymore and it's getting thinner, you kind of breathe in one more like huff of air after you've run this whole time. You turn back and you see kind of Konari waving you down, and as you're like, oh crap, and you collapse on the ground.
Dang it.
Right there at the edge. Right at the edge too.
Wait, so did I fall forwards and get out?
We could say you fell forwards, but you're still out like a light.
Okay, but I'm no longer breathing it
You are
in.
no longer within. Yes.
Okay. That's
Nemesis, you're
slightly better.
You're multiple minutes ahead of Konari. Konari, are you going to follow after?
Well, yeah. I've
Get the
been going
bodies.
as fast as I can with the horse. Like,
Okay.
like trying
The
to...
horse is not moving quickly. But it'll take you about the normal amount of time, about 20 minutes to get to them, just to get that far. And Atoll, Nemesis, you're both laying on the ground, breathing. Carhale, you're laying on the ground, breathing. Konari, during the time that it takes for you to get to them, Nemesis, the darkness that washes over you opens to a scene you're familiar with. And it's actually school, but school before the boarding school. This is the first private school you were sent to. Nothing super special. It's a pretty nice school, as nice as your parents could afford. And you've been struggling in classes a lot. You're about, well, you feel 12 again. 11, maybe 10. It kind of all blurs together for you. But there's this kid in front of you, and you can't quite recall his name, but you always remember he used to hate you in school. Hate you. And you get socked in the jaw, and you feel the pain burst across your chin, and you remember this. You're like, oh yeah. And you remember getting hit by him and pummeled by him way back when you were a kid too. He's about 2 times your size. You're pretty small for a kid, for your age. And yeah, he socks you in the jaw and you collapse to the floor. What are you going to do? You take a point of psychic damage.
Okay. Like right now?
Yes. So you feel this burst across your jaw and you get flung to the ground and you're down on your butt looking up at the sky. And go ahead and write down 1 point of psychic damage. And the kid is now he is aggressing towards you. And he shouts out, "What are you going to do, Nemo? get up. And he's going to reel back for another hit. And he's going to sock you in the jaw. And you go down again. Take another point of psychic damage. What are you doing?
Okay. What can I do? I'm like 10 years old.
You're 10 years old. This kid's also seemingly 10 years old.
Like, do I have...
And he goes, you're just going to take it? And he's going to put his hands together and slam them down on your face and hit you again.
Up, like,
you're going to cover up?
Myself,
okay. Go ahead. That takes disadvantage on the hit. Okay, so you cover up and he hits your hands and it glances off to the side. He's like, oh, now you're protecting your face? And he's going to stand up and try to kick you. He is now hovering over you, melee. Oh, sorry. That was just a straight roll. He still missed. So you are prone on the ground under him, and he stands up to give you just a kick on your side and like shove his foot down on your chest and stuff. Are you doing anything in retaliation before he gets to do this?
No, I'm just huddling. I'm just like curling.
Get up!
Basically. He hits you again. So go ahead and take another point of psychic damage. And so as this is happening, Kanari, I'd say you're gonna Karhale, as this is happening and Nemazina is fighting this kid in his head. Karhale, you wake up to open your eyes on a scene with your father. Actually, you're sitting at a bonfire, and your father's been he's kind of smiling at you, laughing. His beard is thick and kind of shivering in the wind because it's pretty cold out, but it doesn't really bite into your skin all that much. And he's holding a big goblet, truncheon? No, not truncheon. Goblet thing. It's not a goblet. What's it called when it's those wooden mugs?
Tankard.
Thank you. He's holding a big tankard in his large hand, and he's kind of grinning at you as he clacks. And you're also holding a tankard as you clack with your father. And you hear the sound of the wood kind of clanking against each other. And he goes, want to go? And you're remembering like this night. You remember this night. This was the first time you went out with your father for one of your guys' trading missions. The first time he let you go with him. And you guys were successful. You brought a lot of stuff back that he thinks is going to help the tribe. And he's offered you a drink. He's offered you drinks before, but never so closely, I guess. Like, he's offering to drink with you. And that he only does ever with his actual peers. And he goes,
cry.
You want to go?
Yeah, I do. And I'll take
so
it.
He downs one. Do you down yours?
Oh, yeah.
So you down it and you feel the burning liquid go down your throat. Never liked it, but you got used to it. And as it does, go ahead and roll me a Constitution save.
8.
8. You drink it and you feel like the burning course through you. And you've heard like the Goliath tribe laughing about whenever they have visitors that aren't Goliaths, them trying to drink the Goliath brew, you know? And they always say that little puny people can't take it. And puny people might die if they try. And you feel this burning inside of your chest. And you take a point of psychic damage.
Well, crap.
Your father refills your tankard with his, what's it called? With his jug. And he kind of clanks again. He goes, let's go again.
Right on.
And you down it, both of you.
Does it
Go ahead and
feel
roll again.
suspicious? Does it feel at all
No.
suspicious?
It doesn't.
Okay.
You remember this. You remember actually not like getting a little tipsy. This might have, but it feels. This is exactly what happened, and it's kind of nice, honestly. You drink down it again. What did you get?
Oh, I didn't roll yet. Whew, that's better. 18.
18. So you down it this
Mhm.
time, and nothing. You're toughing it out with your dad, and he goes, "Good on you, little one." Kind of rubs your head, and he pours you another. Kanari, presently, you are gaining on them, and you have gotten to their sides. It's taken you a few minutes to run to get to Nemazine and Atoll. However, like you've made it to their sides at this point. What are you doing? They are both asleep, and the horse is gone.
I start shaking them. Come on, guys, get up, let's go. We have to get out of here. Nothing. I'm like just nothing. Not okay. All right. I pick up a toll
Mm-hmm.
from over my shoulder. I take Nemo's foot, tie it with the reins, and then just start so like the horse is pulling him as I'm pulling the horse, and just start walking. As it's slow, but we're just gonna walk out of there, as much as I can, and just move, and that's about all I can do.
Okay, so you guys are about 10 minutes of walking distance to get out of the field, and you're basically going at the same pace as you would have walking, just because the horse is injured, pulling a body.
Right.
You pulling a body as well. Strength's not your thing exactly. But you start making your way out. About 10 minutes transpire before you get to the edge. And when you do, you get to Karhale.
Okay, so then I keep walking, and I like past the edge. I kind of dump Atoll and Nemo, and I go to Karhale, and I'm like, Karhale, wake up! Come on, what are you doing? And so she's out of it, right? Is she out of the field?
She is out of the field, yes.
I kind of give her a little slap on the face, like, come on, you have to wake up. And
she might cut her hand. I have sharp crystals on my face.
Shoulder.
Oh, I was gonna say. I've got like sharp rocks.
You like poke your hand, you're like, ah, and you start patting on the shoulder. She doesn't wake up. You shake, nothing.
I take a little bit of water, not a lot, but a little bit of the water we have, and kind of splash her in the face.
Nothing. Karhale, within your dream, within this memory, you feel when you go down to like drink another tankard, you feel the splash of cold beer on your face, and you kind of blink it away, but kind of just shake it off a little bit. Roll me another Constitution save as you down this new tankard.
That's 15. God bless this.
15.
I think it's going to be bad, and then I have a +5.
Okay. You down it, and you feel this burn, and it's almost like it's almost too much, but then you shrug it off. Nemazine, you're looking up at this kid, and now after all these hits, you're kind of remembering, who was this little jerk? This guy, Bryce. Freaking Bryce. And you get another hit to the face.
Stop.
You
No
take
wonder
another
he
point.
Nemazine. He has a way cooler name than him.
Stop, please.
I will say the name is short for Brycian. It's a nickname. Everyone called him Bryce though. And so Bryce though comes down with another fist to the face, and you can feel the clamminess on his hands, and this kid is gross, and you hate him, and he kicks you again. You take but yeah, you take the point of psychic damage
Please
and
stop.
you keep curled in a ball. And he's just laughing.
At this point, oh man, I'm gonna try to speak to Nemo, but like telepathically, like trying to like get through to him, like, Nemo, wake up! Come on, you gotta wake up.
You speak telepathically to his mind?
Mhm.
Okay. Roll me. Just give me a charisma check or arcana. Charisma or arcana. To see if you can force your will into his mind and over whatever it is going on in his head right now.
Okay, bad roll. That's a 6. Dang it!
6.
Need a good
So
roll
you,
there.
you speak to him and you whisper, and Nemazine, you hear all these jeers, and some of the surrounding classmates are starting to kind of crowd around you guys looking at this fight. And you hear a lot of like, Nemo's getting hit again. And some other kids are like, oh, maybe we should tell the teachers. I don't feel comfortable with, and some other kids being like, no, shut up, just let it happen. And everything. And then someone else, he should really just get up and fight back. I don't know why he keeps on just lying there. And you also hear, like, under these whispers, you hear but it doesn't register to you what you're hearing, but you do hear Kanari's whisper of Nemazine, Nemazine, and everything fading out. But it's kind of blending into the blur of everything. And you hear Bryce standing over you, and he's cracking his knuckles, and he's like, you know, I feel like I'd get tired of this at some point, but... And he kicks you in the crotch. You take another point of psychic
He's gonna
damage.
die!
And Karhale, your father kind of like shoves you a little bit in the shoulder, and he goes, you know, I was a little bit worried about taking you along with me. I wasn't sure how well you'd do, but I'm glad I did. And eventually I'm thinking maybe I'll take over these outward expeditions, you know.
What, you think I'm too pretty to leave behind every time? You get better deals when you take me with you?
Course I do, hon. And he ruffles your hair. Or wait, do you have hair?
Yeah, she's her.
You have hair. Okay. He ruffles your hair, and kind of flicks one of the little crystals sticking out of your cheeks, playfully, not painfully. And he hands you another tankard.
I think it would hurt him more than it hurt me.
He's a Goliath giant man. He downs his next tankard and locking eyes with you as he does so.
Oh, I thought that was it. Am I supposed to do anything?
Oh, sorry. Roll a Constitution save.
Oh, okay. 17.
Nice. But you just barely missed it.
What?
You
It's
take
17?
you shrug off this pain, but you're kind of getting somehow a little woozy almost, and you take a point of psychic damage.
It's
Kanari,
fine.
you are
It's
out
fine.
in the normal world. What are you doing?
Okay.
They are not waking up.
Konari's going to rummage through Karhale's medicine bag for something like smelling salts.
Uh-huh.
Something that'll be like smelling salts, something strong.
Oh, her herbalism kit? And
yeah,
stuff?
her herbalism kit.
Go ahead and roll me a investigation check.
14.
14. You're looking through, and you're finding some sort of, like, some vials, empty vials, a couple full vials. Karhala, you still had the 2 full vials of, like, the salve, right?
Yeah, I had two more.
You're looking around, you find these vials, you find the stone pestle and bowl. You don't find anything that's like smelling salts. You find the food that she found, you find mushrooms, and you're kind of like, huh, mushrooms. But
I didn't tell anyone those were poison.
She's gonna take the salve. Wait, the salve? It's not like a drinking thing. It's a salve.
Yeah,
You take
it
the
was like a
salve?
lotiony thing.
you look at it.
Mhm.
You're not exactly sure
He
what
does
it
not
is.
look at it.
Yeah,
He
I
does
said.
not look
Oh,
at it.
sorry. You feel it. You feel something sloshing in there. Sorry, and you don't know what it is. Still applies. You hear the slow breathing of Nemazine and Karhale as they're asleep on the ground.
Ty, what do I do? They're not waking up.
Okay, you tapped them. You threw water on them. I don't know. Something that'll force them awake. What? Force them awake somehow.
Okay. So
Hit 'em.
I'm gonna get up above Karhale and say, I'm really sorry about this, and smack her with her stick.
So you go, really sorry, slap, smack, and you hear this crack as the wood meets stone, and go ahead and roll me. Well, it's advantage. There's no not try to hit. See if you can actually do damage though. Go ahead and roll at advantage.
An attack roll.
Yeah. See if you actually can do damage to this stone person.
12.
You can hold back. We can keep it that you're like trying to do like a minimum amount of damage. It's like 1 point of damage or whatever. 1 point. Karhale, go ahead and roll me a Constitution save. Karhale,
Sorry, what?
go ahead and roll me a Constitution save. This is before the
I
tanker. You feel
definitely
this
thought
like
you said
you feel a
I thought you
pain
said
in your
sorry.
chest. Did I? I might have.
Yeah, that's why I wasn't rolling.
Oh, okay. I wasn't. It wasn't me. It was you. Ha.
Yes, that is 100% correct. You say Constitution saving throw?
Yes, ma'am. And this is so basically within the dream, you down the tankard, you put it down, getting a little woozy, and you feel this sharp pain in your chest. You're like, ah. And you're like, huh? Look around, but no one hit you, and you're super confused. But roll that con save. What would it be get?
10.
10. You're like, huh, must have been maybe it's the drink. And you reach forward for the next tankard.
I'm so
Kunari-
sorry. I'm so stupid. I rolled a 10. I add 5 to that.
Oh! You reach forward for the next
I
tankard.
don't know where my
shrugging
brain
off
went.
No worries. Shrugging off the pain and stuff. But you grab the tankard and you're kind of like, it doesn't quite smell like camp. It smells like flowers. And everything floods back to you. And Kanara, you slap her and you crouch down to look at her eyes and you see Karhale blinking her eyes open.
That is a happy
I reach
mistake.
out and feel her face to see if she's kind of coming to. I can't see her, but I'm kind of trying to see if she's like.
You hear the breathing rate change, and you get the sense that she's waking up.
Are you awake? Did it work?
Unfortunately.
Okay, so then she runs over to Nemazine and hits him. She's like,
smack him,
go and
not
slap
even a
a
roll
toll.
in mind.
Slap a toll, Karhale. I tell Karhale to slap a toll.
I will
go for
slap him
for
across the face.
Yes. Nemazine, go ahead and roll me a new con save. You are sitting on the ground, cowering under Bryce and the jeers of your classmates, and you just reliving this horrible, horrible memory. And you feel this pain in your chest, on your face, right?
Mm-hmm.
What'd you get?
I got a 7.
you move your hand because you know you just pressed on your face and caused the bruises already there to cause you more pain, and you just keep cowering and curling as small as you can, as Bryce is just, this kid, guys, this kid, I can't, and he kicks you again, and you feel the pain in your tailbone just burst, and you kind of like whimper a little bit, and kids are laughing. Some kids are like, hey, you need to get the teachers. Like this, but that's few and far between for the most part.
Do I
And
take
you
any
actually
damage
hear
from
a voice
Kanari?
that's like, hey, huh?
Do I take any
take
damage
any-
from Kanari?
You do take a point. You do
Okay.
take a point of physical bludgeoning damage. But you took a second point of psychic damage there with the kick. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, so you hit him. Sorry, he hits you, and then you hear this voice that's like, hey, what's going on? And it's a familiar voice to you, actually. But someone, you hear that, like, a voice that's vaguely familiar to you, but it's of a neighbor of yours. A kid named Jezrien. And he's like, come on, cut it out, guys. Cut it out. But Bryce kind of just looks up and, you can't tell me what to freaking do. And he goes down to hit you again. But before that hit lands, Kanari.
I hit him again. She thinks that she realized it worked with Karhale, so she's like, I don't know what else to do. She just hits him again.
As you do notice blood kind of seeping out of his ears and dripping down. But yeah, you go to hit him again, though. Another point of bludgeoning damage, Nemazine. Roll another time. Come on, man.
Wake up.
The DC is definitely lower.
We skipped over the time that last round I slapped a toll.
Oh, sorry. I forgot that I thought you were slapping Nemazine for no reason. Sorry. Nemazine's gonna roll for it.
No, I was slapping a toll.
It didn't work. Sorry, it didn't work. You can slap him again if you'd like.
Cool. Roll? I'm not giving him like a full force, I'm trying to kill you slap. It's more of a don't die slap.
Got you. Okay, so he rolls a second time. Nothing. Not
You're gonna lose him. Nemo, what did you roll?
Nemazine, what did you roll?
I rolled a 13.
13. You feel another hit on your chest and everything, and it is painful. But you're not quite sure. You're not even looking at what's hitting you, where Bryce is hitting and stuff. You just assume it must have been his kick again, kind of thing. But okay, pulling from that, Konari, you, Karhale, are sitting there just
Also
wailing on these kids, huh?
At this point, you'll see my breathing slow, and I am now unconscious. So I don't know if that'll stop the psychic.
You're now unconscious? Okay.
Yes. I'm not sure if that'll stop the image or the whatever or not.
It doesn't. You're still locked in this dream.
He's gonna
now,
die.
Kanari, you do notice that the blood is dripping down and his face kind of sags a little bit. You've been seeing like these twitches and winces and everything as he's seeing. Karhale, you're seeing the same thing with the toll, and with the toll, you're hearing mumbling of like, cut it, stop, and everything. But you see a toll bleeding from his ears too. Huh?
I'm gonna ask Kanari, did you try dumping water on him?
I did, both of you.
Okay, I'm gonna slap him.
As you guys are saying this, Nemazine, sorry, Nathan, actually, would you include whoever's in the green room? Kanari, Karhali, you guys are so distracted with what's going on, with trying to slap these kids awake. You guys, Kanari, you had been keeping a watch, but you hear this first, but you hear footsteps kind of nearing you guys, and crunching of like rocks and everything as someone nears you guys. Adahi, would you like to describe what they see?
Yeah. So, hey guys.
Hi.
um,
Hello, good sir.
hello. Yeah. So basically, they see a rugged-looking gentleman. Well, I say gentleman loosely, as he is a dark-skinned, um, tousle-haired looking man wearing kind of like disheveled looking leather armor with some patches of fur like across the shoulders, hair pulled back in kind of like dreadlocks tied back around the back of his head, um, with like a hazel green colored eyes. He has heard the commotion and he comes up and says, what are you doing here? What is this? How can I help?
Kanari's kind of like,
Do you know how to use them? That doesn't matter. who
Adahi,
he
you
is.
don't recognize this field at all. You honestly just see two sleeping people and two people standing over them slapping at them.
Okay.
And Kanari, actually, specifically, a tall, bald woman slamming down on this child with her staff.
They need to wake up.
they need to wake up.
They're passed out.
You do notice the blood seeping out of their ears.
Okay. Step out of the way. The dark-skinned, dreadlocked man kneels down next to Nemazine, and he pulls something out of his bag that, best as you guys could probably tell, is some form of smelling salt or a mixture of plants, and we'll just leave it at that. That he kind of holds underneath of Nemazine's nose. He wipes the blood away from his ears. And do I need to roll anything for that, or is it?
I'm gonna say you don't have to.
Okay.
But Nemazine, when you wave it under his nose, Nemazine does not wake up.
He's unconscious.
Can I do like medicine check him?
To medicine check Nemazine?
Yeah, with my medical kit.
Yeah, go for it. So you run forward and go ahead and roll me a medicine check. So you're checking to see what's wrong with him. Is that what you're doing?
To like make him not unconscious. Ideally.
Okay.
To 21.
Oh, okay. So you're trying to like heal him. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So you said 18?
21.
21. You can feel that his. I'm not even going to try to describe what you do, because I'm not a medical person.
What you
Field
do.
personnel. You do what your mother's always taught you to do in scenarios like this. And Nemazine does not awaken. However, he doesn't seem... Nemazine, the images that you have had of the getting the bully and everything attacking you ended, and then everything was dark. And things would have... You see a bright light of the place that you had gone before when you were unconscious and you were rolling death saves. You see this bright light of this room, and you kind of circle around and you feel the clacking of your shoes on the ground, this almost marble, but not. And you see this dark figure in the distance who kind of smiles at you. And then everything goes dark again, and you are just in darkness. Karhale, you're not sure if you were able to do anything, or help, but he's no longer bleeding out of his ears, and it seems to be stopping.
Okay.
Can I like try doing it with the other one? Wake him up too.
The blood is
Adahi.
pooling behind the ears or under the head of Atoll.
I'll try it again with this all.
While she's doing
So-
that, could I cast a Cure Wounds on Nemazine?
You didn't call that out before?
Well, I thought he could. I thought he would survive if I gave him the herbs.
He's been out for a while. He's probably almost dead.
Karhale,
Still,
you
help
trying to
Atoll.
do a resuscitation maneuvers or whatever on Atoll doesn't affect anything.
No, I was trying to
You
use
don't even
the-
have to roll for it. Atoll is still wincing and twitching in this dream.
Oh, so there's no point in doing a medicine check.
He's still like conscious, kind of. You know,
He is under.
Gonna kick him in the ribs.
That's cool. And honestly, in all fairness, Atoll's a lot tougher looking than Nemazine.
I feel less
You
bad
kick
about
him.
it.
Nothing.
Come on. I am gonna
What's it,
yell at
Nemazine, you blink
I'll
awake
yell at him.
with how many points of healing was it, Adahi?
Shoot. Yeah, that's the thing I gotta do, isn't it? I'm gonna cast it at 2nd level, so
All you do, all you wanna do, baby.
what level are you?
We need a freaking cleric so bad.
alright, so that is +3, okay. So that is 11 points of healing.
Well, hunky
11
dory.
points of healing?
Yeah.
Wow.
Level 2, that's a lot.
Wait, you can cast level 2 spell?
So
I know.
high class. He's like Travis from season 3, coming in way overpowered.
In
I
all
am
honesty, Travis
I-
didn't do
I-
all that much.
So I blink awake then, and I am very much
Yes,
revived.
you blink awake and you feel great. Better than you have in a week.
Jolt awake and see Adahi.
But you
staring at me.
feel the clamminess of your sweat from the whole ordeal being under. You feel the blood that's sticking to your hair and all over the back of your neck.
And I'm gonna just scramble back as I see this strange man staring at me.
Hovering over you.
And he's kind of like really intently just like,
What happened?
I saved your life. You are forever in my debt.
Why am I?
Nemazine, you feel this collar of power. No, never mind.
Wake up the other one if you're so mighty. Hurry up.
I'm gonna yell at Atoll, like right in his ear. Just get up.
You see a wince.
Try the salt
Nothing happens.
under his
What
eye.
exactly does it look like is going on with Atoll?
Atoll looks to be asleep and having a nightmare.
Okay, I'm gonna try the herb with him
The
too.
breathing is even, speeding up a little bit, but even for the most part. And you're going to try the herbs?
Yeah.
Okay. So you wave those herbs beneath Atoll's nose. And it takes a few seconds. But you eventually see a twitch of the nose. And fluttering of lashes. And... And he kind of just sits up, holding his ears and
He's had a rough
looking
day.
away. It's like, he has had a majorly rough day. He's not in a great way at this point, honestly.
Adahi looks
He
at
is
him as
bloodied,
well. And says,
bruised. and just so miserable. Go ahead. What were you doing?
He looks at him as well and says, "I've saved your life. You are forever in my debt."
And he looks at the three of you guys in the
No, you're not.
and also kind of crawls away. And he's,
I'm just gonna shrug at him.
who? He's like, his face is all bruised.
Oh. Kurhale, you have anything to help the pain?
I'll pull out the salve and just do a little balm, dab it on his face.
That is burn salve. And you, before you even
Going for
put it on-
placebo effect.
Oh, placebo? Totally. So you put the balm on.
I don't know what it is.
Atoll just kind of lets you. He's just so sad.
Oh. I mean, Kanara doesn't really care, but I feel bad for him.
I try and sniff to see what the salve is or is made up of, to see if I can tell like what she's doing.
Roll a medicine check.
I'm gonna give him a look that says,
Oh, that is a natural
You
too.
see, you see just next to you.
"Never mind."
And Adahi, you get the stench of blood just from the puddle of you just smell iron. Also unwashed bodies.
You all stink.
You don't smell so great yourself.
Here,
And then I hold up my
Kurhale.
stick. Who are you?
I am Adahi Anu of the Ati tribe. Who are you?
Konari Tai. And
Very well.
doesn't matter where. Why are you here?
I'm here as a missionary. I've been converted from my heathen people.
A missionary?
Yes, of course.
For whom exactly?
For Tal. The great God
Taylor
himself.
specifically.
Oh,
Yes.
Have you heard about our Lord and Savior Taylor?
I am Elda Adahi.
Not another freaking tall. They keep finding us.
if I have one more,
Well, it
Right.
might.
tell me
You found me.
I'm going to cry.
At this point, Adahi like shudders, realizing something, and then says, "I'm just kidding. I'm not from the tribes."
You're not from the tribes?
I'm confused.
I'm also confused.
Kurhale, wait.
I got you.
Give me,
I
give me
tricked
some
you
of
all
the
into
alcohol
thinking
out
I
of
was
the
from the
vat.
tribes.
What?
Wait. Nima, what'd you say?
Oh, me. I went to Kurhale and I told her to give me some of the alcohol out of her bag.
We have alcohol?
Why do you
We
assume
have
we have
small
alcohol?
amounts of spirits.
Why do you assume?
I would say there were three bottles. You used one, Nemazine.
Why does
Three
he
little,
sound
like,
like
little bottles,
When
like,
did
like
we
the
get
little whiskey
these?
bottles. This was part of the saddlebags from way back when.
Oh.
I would have taken that.
And then what did Adahi say?
I said I tricked you all.
You aren't making
Um,
any sense right now. I want an insight check. Insight check, please.
What
Wait,
are you
inside
looking for?
checking?
I know.
You just said you're from the tribes, and I said you're not from the tribes. I want to know what's the truth.
Okay, so yeah, so you're determining whether he's being honest. Go for it. You're asking about this new statement that he made because you didn't incite the last statement.
Right. 14.
The newest statement is bullcrap. Like
Okay.
100% bullcrap.
Cool.
Like you realize that as soon as he said the first thing, he like, crap, no, and then changed it up.
Well, regardless of where you're from, I'm glad you're here because you saved our friends, and I'll give them the. What's this called?
The bro.
The Roman clasp.
Roman
The
clasp.
Spartan clasp.
Spartan class. There we go. I'm calling it that now, so now everyone knows what I'm saying because I do that a lot, apparently. I'll give him
This is the Goliath clasp.
the Goliath clasp,
Fifth clasp.
and thank you for your services.
Yeah, so I go in for the hand, and then when I realize the hand is not there, like I just kind of like awkwardly slide up her arm.
What are you
Like,
doing?
What?
Oh, that's me every time, man. Every time. Someone goes in for like a dab, and you're like, "What are you? Are we fist bumping?"
I'm gonna just. So how
Submission.
big are the vials then that we have, Liz?
The vials, they're like little whiskey bottles, like what you'd find in a hotel.
Okay, I'm gonna pour
What
pour
hotels
it
are you going to?
over.
Where
Well, those are
um,
large. The ones at hotels are like this big.
I've never seen alcohol
Okay, sorry.
in a hotel
Correction.
room.
Motel rooms. Those little mini ones that they'll have in like the lined up on the thing.
What
This-
motel room
I'm
are
basing
you
this-
all going to?
I think that's just
These
a
are
vague.
motel rooms hold like in the little mini fridges that they'll have just a little lined up thing of
I've never seen
I
that. in
actually
my life.
have seen that. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
Usually
I
they're just
would
like
say
those
I've seen this.
but-
Almost any motel room I've ever gone to has something like that, except for the super super cheap one.
My motel rooms have Bibles, so I'm not sure where you're at, but
No,
They're not-
It also has a Gideon Bible in
I'm
the drawers
teasing.
normally.
I'm teasing.
Normally it has water bottles and then little alcohol bottles, and they cost a lot of money.
Wait, so Nemo, you're pouring it out?
I'm just gonna pour it on Atoll's head and then just whisper a few words and give him 8 points of health.
Well, dang. You could
False.
do that
Right.
this
So you
whole
walk
time?
over and you pour alcohol, and it splashes on Atoll's face, and he splutters and he's, cut it out. And
You just wasted good spirits.
and he feels significantly better, and then looks up at you in horror.
You could do that this whole. Actually, Kanari is gonna try to pay attention to what Adahi's reaction to this is.
How many points was it?
8.
8.
And what Adahi's reaction to what exactly?
To Nemo healing Atoll.
And Atoll looking on in horror.
And she's paying attention to what his reaction is to Adahi's reaction.
Yeah. So he. He kind of has a moment of like, interesting, and then it kind of fades into some like minor anger.
Wait,
Kanari's just very like looking at him.
you say you serve Taylor. You perform magic.
Yes, it is a prayer to Talo.
I thought I'll look to Atoll. I thought Taylor was super against magic.
He is. And all magic is bad. It's evil. Unless it's from Taylor himself.
Yes, I think you are mistaken. I said a prayer to Talo himself, and he grants me the power to do these things.
Roll me a deception check.
Oof.
Insight check.
There are 2
All right.
sects of the Kel, right?
What is my
2
plus?
sects of Kel.
Aren't
Taylor?
there two sects of
Atoll?
whatever Atoll and
There-
Adahi are from?
There are. Kanari is from Atoll and
Okay,
sect,
so that's a dirty 20.
and Taylor. Kanari, in essence, you are a Mormon in comparison to Christians. You
So
think you're the same, but you're not the same.
so I'm from the Mormon, and then Atoll's from the Christian side.
It's parallel.
Okay. Then I would know there's 2 sects, right? Or would I not know?
Yeah, no. You would know, but like I said, you kind of think you're Christians, basically.
Okay.
Like, when someone else is like, "Oh, are you a Christian?" Stuff. Oh yeah, I am. Kind of
Gotcha.
thing, and then you find out later, like, "Oh, you were Mormon."
And
Why
I
did
think
you
they're
say
kind of
Mormon?
all the
Like,
same. I kind of
doesn't
think they're all the
matter.
same. Okay.
Like you think more denomination, whereas Atoll thinks of you more as heathen.
He doesn't know that I serve. Yeah. Anyway, continue.
That's true. That's true. I feel like you mentioned Talm before.
I told her that I hated tall, but I had never said that I went like I was.
Okay.
Yeah.
In reference to Taylor, you think of him as Talm. As a side note, you would have always been told his actual name is Talm. Taylor is incorrect.
Tall.
As a side
Tall,
note.
right? Mm-hmm.
I'm confused.
Back to this. Adahi, what did you get for your deception?
It was a dirty 20.
Dirty 20.
Yeah.
Yeah, Atoll kind of relaxes a little bit looking at you while kind of shuffling away from Nemazine on the ground. Stands up. Well, thank Taylor. You found us then. Why are you here?
That is a great question. I was told in a vision from Talor to travel westward.
And as on that note, Adahi, that tug that you've been feeling going west has now ebbed.
But I feel as though I'm here now.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Cool.
Right.
Okay,
Feels
let's keep
sketchy.
going.
And I do apologize also in tricking you all. My name is Ahura Khani Assad.
Insight check. Don't trust anything this guy says at all.
I will in addition flash a family symbol.
I'm still doing an insight check.
Okay.
I rolled 13.
That is a 19.
So you look at him and kind of hard to read. He seems pretty open. Like you feel the heartbeat and nothing odd. Atoll is going to actually has been like collecting his things, and he sits up and he's like, "Where's the horse?"
When you guys took your little nap, it took off. I'm gonna try to. Is it anywhere around us?
Go ahead and roll a perception check.
Okay.
And as you do, Atoll's gonna just kind of collapse, like just dramatic teenager kid collapse to the floor and roll on his side. The maps. They had the maps.
No, it didn't, because he sat on the good horse. The bad horse was the one Atoll was on.
Oh, yeah, that's correct.
I have the bad horse.
You have the bad horse. Okay, actually, instead he's going to
the food, maybe? I don't know.
The food. Yeah. That would have been the food. I had the food on. You were holding it?
You had your food on you.
Or I had your food, the one that you got. So you have one set of food rations. 2 more are gone. You guys have 1 more day of rations. But what's it called? Atoll is going to run over to the horse with the maps and stuff. He'll check. Things seem to be order. Come over. This is a terrible day.
23 to see where the other horse is.
I think you're just
23.
dramatic.
You reach out with your senses, and you do not feel a creature nearby where you can sense or hear anything nearby.
She's also gonna drop to the floor and try to listen through the ground to see if she can hear the footsteps at all, or hoof beats.
The vibrations.
What's the word I'm looking for?
The vibrations.
Sure, but yeah.
Gallop.
Yeah, hoof, the clopping of the horse.
Yeah.
You put your ear down to the ground. You guys all see Kanari kind of bend down, put her ear on the rocks, and just pause.
He's not anywhere near here. Ugh.
Adahi, You didn't by chance see a. Where did you come from?
Ahura.
Yes, but like,
Ahuna?
No, Ahura. My name is Ahura. Ahura Khani Asad.
Ahura.
As I said previously.
You also said Adahi. I like Adahi better.
But I don't.
I'm calling you Adahi.
Let me put
So-
it this way. Names like Adahi are dangerous here. My name is Ahura.
Very well, Ahura.
I think he needs to roll a persuasion check
I
to
mean,
convince me.
this is. It's up to you, I guess, if you want to leave it to that.
I understand the power of names. Ahura. Where did you come from?
I came from my family house, the house Khani Asad.
No, I mean, like,
The direction
how
was
did you spawn here in this flower field with us?
we lost a horse.
No, I
We
came
thought
from
you
the-
might have passed it.
I don't think so.
Well, we must be on our way.
Who are you people? I have told you who I am. With whom will I continue?
Kahale, Bearsbane of the Torsten Jiraki tribe.
That is a mouthful.
You both sound as if you're. You guys get along well with how complicated your names are.
My name's not complicated.
Whatever you say.
And the other of you,
Rocky.
It's actually a very intricately named thing. I pulled a lot of Norse words. And it's very cool. If anyone cares to ask the translation later,
Very well.
if I remember.
Does anyone else answer him?
I mean, I already told him my name, so.
that's true, you did. It's true.
I am Nemosine.
Atoll kind of looks at you, looks at the rest of you guys, rolls his eyes. Atoll. I'm from town.
He's our moody teenager. Forgive him. He's going through a phase.
Not a face, Mom.
He blushes a little bit and he's like, shut up.
Adahi looks over the group, and his eyes just kind of rest on Karhali for a minute. He just nods, and then says, well, where are we off to then?
My limit of tallish freaks is 1.
That is good, because I am not a tallish freak.
How tall are you, Ahura?
Oh, shoot. Description.
We have to find out where you end up in this lineup,
What?
you know?
You're 6'1".
Everyone
I
is
think we're good
freaking
without
tall.
Another,
6'1" is not that tall.
but it's
No,
still
I
taller
know.
than me.
All of you
I'm
guys are just
6'9".
above, like, basically 6 foot or above kind of thing. Atoll's like 4'5". I'm just saying, from a normal person's perspective, y'all are pretty
I'm
tall.
6'9", so.
Same.
I thought you were 6'7", because we thought it was funny that I was taller than you.
I'm pretty
He
sure
says
she said
nine.
that she was still a little taller than you. She's because she said she claims to be 7 foot. She's not quite 7 feet, but she is taller than you.
My sheet says 9.
What?
I do
It
remember.
says 9,
Okay.
But
but I do claim
I
7.
thought you said 7.
I-
I don't know.
I never say the same number.
Got you. She
Now,
does
where
seem
do
to
we
be
go?
taller than you, Kanara. It's kind of hard to tell. Is it the hair? Is it the forehead?
Different number every time.
Mm-hmm. Atoll's going to pull out the maps and. Okay, so are you Coming with us?
We are not taking him with us. Why would we take him with us?
I don't
Honestly,
think I
I'd feel a
asked.
little bit more even. Maybe.
More even? What does that mean?
I'm a kind of outnumbered.
It means that real recognize real.
He kind of grimaces in amusement.
Well, I suppose you're begging to join us. I mean, we're not going to stop you from following us.
I will try to, yes.
Why?
Where do we go?
Headed to Tull, unfortunately.
Adahi,
Why?
you are present. You've been walking for many days, following this vision.
Does he look like John the Baptist?
Vaguely. But you've been going for a while. You are about it took you about 10 days to get here.
Mhm.
About 12 to 10 kind of thing.
12.
You started in the middle of the night, so.
Okay.
Wait,
No.
10 days since he's seen the vision?
About 11 days since you saw the vision, yeah. 12.
Oh,
12.
I thought, so he's just a true missionary. Okay. So,
A true missionary.
why are you. Okay, where are you going now? Why do you need to go with us?
I don't know. But I know I do.
And this
So
is
you're
of a vision.
sent
you
by
had.
Taylor?
Yes. Is it so astounding? Have you not felt the power of Taylor in your life?
I have. Totally.
Then onward.
Yeah.
To
He can
Todd.
come. He can probably actually help navigate. Maybe.
Yes.
You're manipulating the boy. You're playing on his emotions.
That's not true. I choose who I trust.
Of course you do.
Then on to Todd. Let us go.
I'm just saying, people who serve Taylor are a lot more trustworthy than others.
Maybe he knows you
The
think
heathens.
that.
Huh?
What'd you say?
What'd you say, Adahi?
I said, then the heathens.
Exactly. Thank you. Thank you. Also,
I kind of wink at
full of-
Kamari.
actually,
She
he's gonna
can't
point
see
at.
that.
I don't know that.
Her eyes do
Nori
have
does
kind of
not
a
react.
milky, look to them. But you might not know. But
Atol's gonna point at Kanari. She's got weird mind powers. Nemazine, he's definitely a shaitan, which is Adahi. You'd recognize that as the word for magic devil, basically.
Yep,
In
yep.
Persian. And then still deciding to Garhale.
That's what I thought.
Still something probably bad.
And at this point, Adahi actually just gives the slightest lowering of his head to Karhali.
and can you feel the love? Sorry.
No, I'm good.
Atol's gonna collect the horse and start leading the limping horse.
The
In an
horse.
eastward direction.
I can't
I'm
believe
gonna
And-
follow closely behind and just kind of look over my shoulder to see if Adahi's actually following or not.
You don't have to look over your shoulder. I'll probably push my way toward the front.
Atol
Sure.
flinches when you come up on his side.
Did
So-
you push Kanari?
I probably didn't really push. It just kind of making my way, and if that means pushing,
You feel the breeze as he passes you, brushing your shoulder a little bit, but not fully touching you necessarily either.
She kind of just stiffens, looks at him. Well, yeah.
It is nearing on midday, Like the sun is starting to go down at this point.
Wait, sun's starting to go down at this point?
Yeah, you guys hit
Sun's getting
the
real
field
low.
like way past midday in your travels and stuff. And just everything transpiring and everything.
Oh.
It's the sun's not setting yet, but it's going down.
So we're out of that little bowl thing now?
You guys are making your way out of the bowl and continuing on. The terrain is definitely rough terrain as you guys travel and everything, but it's not awful for the horses. You're just gonna have to keep an eye on the horse and make sure it's not stepping on anything bad and everything. You guys don't need to roll for anything. Atoll though is leading the horse, and I'll say he would have to make.
No, I don't think Atoll should be leading the horse anymore.
If you want to lead the horse instead, do it before I do the roll.
Sure. She's gonna say, Atoll, maybe I should lead him for right now. Make sure you're not going too fast for him.
I feel fine.
You've been through a lot today. You need to rest yourself.
Persuade him. He's a moody teenager, Chet.
14.
14? He shrugs and lets you take the reins.
Okay, cool. Go.
So you guys continue on your way. You roll an animal handling check. What did you get?
Oh, sorry, I hadn't actually rolled. 12.
12? Easy enough. You pick out the different footholds. Not point out. What am I saying? But you're leading the horse down the best route that you can sense as you're going.
Okay.
And as you guys continue on for the next few hours. Is there anything you guys want to do before it gets dark and you guys have to make camp?
I would like to see if I could find some food for tomorrow.
Food for tomorrow? Okay, go ahead and roll. It'll be, I'll say it's a higher DC just because you tried it earlier in the day. You won't be able to do that as you guys are moving. You're going to have to do that when you guys settle down. So if we're going to move to that, then we'll be saying that we're settling down and everything. Say it again.
I was kind of gonna look along the way as we're heading to where we're gonna camp.
Okay, along the way.
Yeah.
Go ahead and roll a survival check.
16.
Foraging for food again, correct? Sorry,
Yes.
I should have asked beforehand, but what was it? What was the number? 16? Okay, so as you guys are walking along and making your way through the gradually rockier terrain and everything, there's still interspersed trees here and there. And as you're going, you do see a patch of what looks like it's like a really, well, we'll just say you see a patch of bushes with berries on them, kind of a little deserty kind of bush with
Berries
these
and
bright
cream.
pink berries. Nothing that would satisfy too much. But on that note, as you're approaching this bush, how about we take a break? And we'll take
Good.
our 5-minute
I can get
bathroom
some
break, 10 minutes, whatever.
food.
But yeah, I think it's about time for that, yeah?
Yeah.
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 Maybe a little past that.
It's okay. We've been having fun. We've been preoccupied, trying to save everybody's life. It's fine.
Trying to insight check Adahi more like it.
Okay, I just
Yes.
single-handedly pulled all of them pretty much, super collie, but I woke her up. I pulled the 2 of them out of the thing. It's fine.
What's it called?
All right, I am gonna mute and get food, so
Okay.
everyone else can do
Go
whatever. They
for
can just
it.
turn off the camera.
Right.
if you like.
And break. All right. Bye.
Bye.
Oh, we're still live. Cool.
What's crack-a-lackin', my homies? Ugh.
What's up?
Nothing much. Finally getting food so I can eat.
I get snacky.
Get what?
Also, Rick's mom made us these snickerdoodles. They're the best I've ever had.
Right on.
You're the best I ever had. I'm pretty sure that's a song.
Probably. Let's go.
All right, good to go.
So, can somebody recap me what the heck has happened? I was at a place I couldn't really like.
Oh, you haven't.
Basically, we went through a field of flowers, and I put everybody to sleep except me.
Is this the Wizard of Oz?
I don't know why.
I knew something bad was gonna happen.
We
You can't
tried.
go through a poppy field.
We
What
perceptioned it. We threw things to see if there was anything in it, but
I went down by myself. I smelled a couple of them. I ate one, and it was fine.
so anyway, as we were making it through, they all fell asleep,
I can't hear any of you.
and I had to drag them out. And then, except for Kahale, she barely made it out, and then she collapsed.
I took a dead sprint the second I started feeling icky, and I almost made it out.
As soon as I noticed that they were feeling gross, I put Nemo and Atoll on a horse and sent them out. But before they got out, they both fell asleep. And so then they fell off the horse, and the horse took off without them. And we lost that one horse. But one of our horse had fallen and broken its leg, so we had healed it, but so it was with me. And so I had the horse, and so we still have one horse, not the other horse. So also,
I can't
we
hear
kind
you.
of broke a promise to some fairies, I think, or at least Nemo did. Nemo
I
did.
not break the promise.
Nate told them he'd give them our food, and we gave them some of our food, but they wanted all of it.
Yeah, the will-o'-the-wisps.
We didn't give them all of our food, and now the food is now gone on the horse. We didn't give them all the food, and so now they dispersed angrily. So
It's totally fine.
Probably not.
Totally.
Liz, you still can't hear us?
Can you, like, you were talking, we could hear you.
We can. Oh, she left. Bye, Liz.
Come on.
I'm the DM now.
Yeah.
No. You don't want me to be the DM. I'm not that creative.
Mm-hmm.
I can barely write my own backstory, let alone a whole storyline.
I felt
can do it.
accomplished. My backstory for this character was only 2 pages.
You actually
I never wrote it out.
Yeah.
My backstory for my character is 1 page.
Right on.
I don't write any of that out. I just
What? I don't know, because it's like, it's on OneNote. So
Hello?
Hey.
Can you hear us?
I can hear you now. I don't know why, but it just like everyone was muted almost for me.
That's weird. Oh, sweet.
interesting.
Okay.
Let's go. So we are continuing on our pathway. You guys had this run-in with a field of flowers and barely made it out. As you guys go, who's going to be homing, finding a place an encampment, a place to set up camp?
I'm looking for food, so
Yes,
look up
Karhale's
camp.
busy. Adahi?
Mhm.
Okay.
It's Ahura, as he so clearly stated.
She can call me a dahi. You can't.
I'm gonna go over to Kanari
As
and just kind of
go
like
for it, Nemazine.
subtly, not whisper, but whatever. Be like, so, are we just letting him stay with us for the night?
I tried to say no, but no one wants to listen to me, apparently.
I mean, I'm fine if he wants, but like, we already have a problem with things attacking us in the night.
I know. I don't trust him. He's rather shifty.
Shifty.
Do I hear any of this going on?
Go ahead and roll for. Nemazine, would you have whispered this where he would have been able to, like, in earshot, with an earshot?
No, I was trying to be discreet.
So pulling Kanari to the side, kind of thing. Go ahead and roll a perception check though, Adaki.
Well, I mean, I probably wouldn't have been listening for it, so it'd probably have been like just my passive, if anything.
Okay.
But,
Okay.
I mean, if it helps my passive.
Then passive, 13.
Yeah.
I'd say where he'd pull you to. Probably not. You'd hear them whispering. You'd hear them whispering. You wouldn't hear what was said.
That's fair.
Mm-hmm.
Everything whispered is always about you.
I mean, you know it. So Adaki, you were helming, choosing out a camping place. Go ahead and roll for it. Yes, this will be you on your own, basically.
Okay.
Picking and choosing like a camping place. But go ahead and roll a survival check, or no, a perception check, I guess.
Okay. It doesn't matter at this point because I rolled really bad. So perception, 6.
6. So you're looking around and you see some a lot of good spots that you're like, yeah, that'd be a great place to make camp. That'd be a great place to make camp. And you see what's it called? An outcropping of rocks that kind of goes in this like little circle that kind of cuts off all of any wind. It kind of curls around into like a little circle with one opening facing the west, kind of thing. And you find that and you're like, that would be perfect. And at this point it's gotten pretty dark.
This is camp.
Since Kunari Dari doesn't trust him, would I be allowed to would it be okay if I'm paying attention to and being like, I wasn't looking for it, but he pointed out.
You're not sure what he's pointing at. You see, that is camp. You hear that is camp.
What is camp?
The outcropping right there.
An outcropping?
Yes. Flat land, defensible. It's good camp.
It's even a little bit raised above the rest of the
Good vantage point too.
the rocky place.
Nemo, what do you think?
I just sleep. I don't know what.
Oh, you're the worst.
Nemo, you look
person to
over
ask
and you
about
see
this.
rocks. You don't see what he's seeing in it, and it doesn't really matter to you either.
I mean, it doesn't really look comfortable to sleep on.
Karhale, where's Karhale?
Karhale is
Right nearby.
presently like ish nearby. Like, I mean, if you shout for her, she'll hear you like pop up her head or whatever, as she's been hunting some lizards and stuff,
Karhale?
looking for animals life to find plant life, as they do.
Yes, that one. Summon her. She could tell you that this is a great place to camp.
What do you think about this some place to
Okay.
camp?
Do a little golf jog over.
Whatever direction he's pointing in.
Does it look like a good place to camp?
Go ahead and roll a survival check. It should have been survival in first place. I think.
I'm gonna marry this D20 right here. That's a 20.
A natural 20. Huh.
No, I rolled an 18.
Dirty 20. Gotcha.
He's so good.
So you look at the outcropping, and as you're looking at it, and you actually approach it and everything, and you kind of like check out the ground as you guys are still walking eastward, because he pointed out something a little more east of you guys, so forward of you, and so you walk up to it and you kind of check it out as you're looking at it, and you do realize that some of the crevices that are in the rock outcropping that's kind of making this like wall to the back of you, and the opening being towards the west, so like a little U shape. You notice in the crevices and everything, there are holes that to you seem like animal life might be crawling out of eventually. Cracks and crevices, and you even see like a snake slither, like flick its tail in the darkness.
Nope, I'm out. Don't do snakes.
Snake.
Bad.
Did you see a snake?
There were snakes. I say no go. Poisonous not. Snakes are terrible. That's all. What was that word that you used that described the bad things?
What'd you say to Atoll?
What was the word that you said that described the bad things that you didn't like?
Shaitan.
Shaitan. Over there. No.
That's not exactly
Accurate.
what it means.
Shaitan. Can I look around for another place to camp?
Yes, you may.
Do
DC will be
you
higher.
normally sleep with snakes, Ahuda?
Of course not. But I'm actually going to be helping her during this. If that means disregarding what Kanari said, that's fine. But
What's it called? I mean, you can totally answer as you help Karhale
okay,
look.
yes, that's what I'll do.
Karhale, you can take advantage on this roll.
Survival?
Mm-hmm.
And I say, no, but I do not mind if they choose to make bed what I do. Do you?
Yes. You're a psychopath.
I do not find them very comfortable bed companions, no.
We are part of the earth. I am part of the earth.
I mean, I'm just as much part of the earth as any
The
druid.
next gal.
And I'll
I
just
can see.
point. But I don't choose to sleep where poisonous things can bite me.
He just kind of nodded his head.
I rolled a 18. Good thing, because the first roll that I did was a 2.
A 2.
Oh,
Nice,
my.
nice. So you look around, and as you guys are going, you see another newer outcropping. Not quite the same, like covered on all sides, but it's definitely it's kind of leaned up against. Words. It's kind of so it's kind of leaned up against, blocking off the south from where you are and the east. So it's kind of open to the north and west, but kind of like a little corner where you guys can have the backs to the walls. There's no cracks in, at least near the ground where you guys would be setting up. And the wind right now is blowing from the east and everything. So you guys will be protected from the wind throughout the night. And you looking around, you couldn't find any animal life or anything. So it's looking pretty good to you. Nothing
No
untoward.
snakes. Much more preferable for
No
sleep.
snakes.
No snakes.
Also does have a good vantage point of the distance. You can even see out a little farther than the last spot. And as you do, Karhale, Adahi, and just you two, go ahead and roll me a nature check. But also, if you have proficiency in insight, you can take proficiency if you don't already have it with nature.
Natural 1.
Oh.
10.
Nice. 10? You guys both, like, never mind, actually.
Oof. Oof,
Yeah,
oof, oof.
yeah. So, continuing on, though, you guys are going to set up camp. The sun is basically almost completely set at this point. You guys are seeing the cast shadows of the different outcroppings of rocks and stuff around you. Some dispersed trees and everything, but at this point, everything in your surrounding scenery is this very dull orangish reddish. And you guys are seeing, like, these rocks pointing up to the sky. And as the sun is falling and the shadows are stretching and everything, it's almost a little unnerving. And as a side note, Adahi, Karhale, Kanari, all of you guys still have the sense, like, once you guys entered these wildlands and everything, the idea of not quite belonging there, the ground not quite wanting you to be there, is still present and just in the back of your mind.
I'll rest here.
But yeah, you guys go to sleep. Or I can start setting up camp. Would anyone like to try to set up a fire? There is far less wood around, and it will be a thing to do it.
I mean, I'll
It is
try.
cooling down now
Oh,
that the sun is gone. It's like desert weather, where it's like hot when the sun is out, and then warm when the sun is out, and then once the sun's gone, it's freezing.
Can I are there any trees around?
Very few, but yes, some.
I don't know if you'll let me do this. I'm gonna put my hands down to the earth, and I'd like to craft a tumbleweed.
Okay, so you
Like
put your hands down on
something-
the ground.
or something of the general sort, something that I could use potentially as kindling.
Druidcraft is more of something where you can grow plants that are already present, if I'm correct.
Okay.
Hold on, I'll look it up. So basically, if there are buds around,
Okay.
you would be able to make them bud, right? If the tree was like smaller, you can make it grow larger, kind of thing. Stuff like that. Making something out of nothing, though, is not part of Druidcraft's ability, as far as I'm aware. So I'm going to look that up really quick.
Okay. If not, then I would just like to go. This is more for just practice and less of me trying to do something cool. It's more I'm trying to practice it and get better at it. So should I go to one of the trees, maybe one that's looking a little more sickly, and try to make it grow?
Honestly, none of the trees look sickly necessarily. They're just like desert trees almost at this point.
A smaller one will do.
Mm-hmm. And so you go to this tree. What were you doing?
Make it grow.
Okay, so
Your branches.
So you put your hand, like you kind of dig your hand into the ground, into the rock and everything, and you kind of shove your fingers into the rock, and the rock makes way for you. And you try to almost ask it to grow. And you do see the tree rise a little bit. And the branches that had been like not super spread out, going out a little farther, and the amount of shade, if it had been sunny still, would have expanded. The tree grows about 2 feet.
Okay. I'd like to clip off a couple of the branches to dry and use for firewood later, because you can't just burn tree wood, like it has to dry. And then I'd like to
What were you doing?
firewood. I wanted to take a couple tree branches to dry and use for firewood, and then look for some actual firewood.
Okay, so the firewood you would be able to find, just wood in general that you'd be able to find, would be this wood that you're looking at, like the tree wood. You don't see any branches around. But sorry. Go ahead and roll me a perception check to look for branches that have fallen off the trees. Because that might happen. 11?
Mhm.
What was it? 11? Okay. You find a branch that's on the ground. It seems to be like not super dried out, but a little bit. And you can definitely pull off the branches off of the tree. It's a small one. It's about like yay big. There you go. Not enough to last for a night though.
Okay, I'd like to see if I can get a few branches and take them from different trees. I don't just want to like strip a whole tree.
Easy enough. There are trees around you guys, and you strip some of the trees. You don't find any more just lying around. You're thinking that whatever might have flown off of these trees have been like buried under rock or rubble or something at one point or
Okay.
another.
I'm gonna bundle
Um,
the branches I got and put them in my backpack
Mhm.
to use for
Okay.
firewood later.
Got you. As you guys are doing this, you guys do see clouds starting to build in the north as they kind of drift southward. And as you're collecting wood, you notice this, but you kind of just they don't look super dark. Nemazine, what are you doing during this time?
You're muted.
I was gonna try and work on the fire as well, but so I guess I'll just assist Carl.
Okay, so she already rolled for it. I would say you
Well,
can't
I'll
actually be of help anymore. Just tell me before she makes a roll so that you would be able to assist with the job itself. But as she's going around, you do go out and like help her carry what she collected.
I mean, could he
back
go
to
look on his own?
I was just I can just
You could.
pre-set up whatever, like make a pit and whatever else
A pit would help.
while she's out.
So what are you doing, Nemazine? Tell me. You make a pit?
Sure, make the pit and then whatever she gets, try to make a fire.
Okay.
Help make the fire.
Okay, so Konari, what were you doing during this time? It took Karhale probably about 30 minutes to collect stuff for this.
I guess I'll set up the tent. And I'm gonna do a perimeter walk just to see if there's anything I feel like that's kind of,
It
too
all
close.
helps you set up the tent. You wouldn't be able to do it on your own. But you guys get it set up in time, and you're gonna do a perimeter check. You said, how are you walking around your little clearing, or are you going out?
No, just run a little clearing, see if there's anything that's too really close to us.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead and roll for that. Perception.
Dirty 20.
30-20. You breathe in as you're circling around, and you perk your ears to what's going around, and you smell just more of a sand and a lot more familiar smells from home, honestly, from where you grew up at least. And you can tell that you guys are verging closer-ish to tall now, but not quite there yet. And as you're circling around, you hear some skittering of little wildlife here and there, but nothing that would concern you.
Okay. I go back to the tent then.
Mm-hmm. You guys make it back with your wood. Adahi, were you doing anything during this time?
Yes. I'm going to at some point, whenever it is convenient, go find Konari and try to talk to her.
Oh, this is gonna go real well.
Konari returns to the clearing after kind of circling around, and you see Adahi approaching you as you're about to sit back down again.
I hear you. Yes.
I just wanted to say that it appears we got off on the wrong foot earlier. I do not mean to offend. I simply wish to accompany and help you any way I can.
I have not met many who serve tall who just wish to help people.
Then allow me to be the first.
Why do you want to help us? Why are you here?
Let me put it this way. When you look around you, you see land, you see the earth, and you see people.
I don't actually, but I get your point. Continue.
I suppose we'll come back to that later.
Very well.
Yes. Anyway, people are sometimes people cannot take care of themselves. Now, you people, I believe you can. But I desire to help those who cannot. I think it is most advantageous to join you. And I will find those who cannot.
But why would you want to work with us if you know that we do not serve Tal and furthermore practice magic that is so abhorrent to him?
At this point, I'm going to cast. No. Dang. No, she can't. Yes, I'm going to cast Druidcraft. And oh shoot, what effect can I do that you would actually know?
So
or would you
basically,
perceive.
You can hand
a
it
breeze
to
of
me.
wind, like a little bit of like the ground moving.
Sure.
In that case,
Yeah.
blooming.
Or you can make
Maybe
the
the
grass
smell.
grow underneath her.
True.
Yeah.
She wouldn't feel it. She's wearing shoes, I think. Right?
I suppose, although I feel like she also would kind of go barefoot. It doesn't matter. You do something and I'll...
Okay, then would it be possible for me to cause a wind and like just have it like blow through her? Do you have hair? Is that?
Mm-mm.
No,
She's bald.
She's bald.
Okay,
Maybe we should
then
all
just-
go through
then just kind
descriptions of how everyone looks.
circle around her, but just like repeatedly around.
Your tunic moves in the breeze.
Yeah, and on it, you can just vaguely hear the whisper that I am producing, that is of a speech you can't understand, but you would know distinctly it is not Talon.
What are you doing?
And then I wink at you again. Because I still
you
don't know.
react.
What is this?
This is proof that I wish to help.
This wind?
Do you hear Talon?
No.
This is proof I wish to help.
Very well. I guess we'll see what happens here in the next few days.
And then I walk away.
Cool. Didn't address what you said you're going to address later, but that's fine. I shouldn't say that.
No, it's okay.
Atoll-
I'll address it later.
Atoll was sitting like maybe 20 feet, like 10 feet out from you guys, like just in the little encampment or whatever you guys are making. And he like kind of scoots over to you, Kanari, a little bit. What just happened?
I'm not exactly sure. Guess we'll see.
Scoots away. And at that time, you guys, Nemazine, Karhala, you guys return with firewood. And you guys can start setting up to make your fire. So who wants to helm this?
Probably me.
It has gotten progressively colder, a little bit faster than you might have expected. And the breeze is the wind kind of picking up a little bit.
Weren't we given cloaks?
You guys were given cloaks, yes, pelts.
I'm gonna put mine on.
I will too.
I never took
Atoll
mine.
also slips into his. And as you guys start making the fire, who was helming?
Because Kanari? I mean, Karali.
That's you.
I know.
We got 14.
I can
14.
assist her in that for advantage, I guess.
She already rolled it. You need to tell me before the roll. You can't do it after they succeed or don't succeed, kind of thing. You have to do it
Well, what would
before.
Oh.
You
That
you
change
you
anything?
tell. That means that once the roll is made, that means whatever has happened, and that means you can't it would be going back in time or whatever to add to the roll, kind of thing.
Oh,
So
okay.
she has tried with the fire and everything, and you're building it up, Carly. You're doing the whole. Well, wait, you guys have some flintstones, yeah? Someone does at least.
I do.
And you've been doing that. You've been trying to coerce this wood to work for you, even though it's not quite dry. It's not quite dead either. You didn't quite find wood perfect enough for that, and it does not catch. That note, the wind's blowing harder, and anything you might have caught, the wind has changed. The direction before it had been coming from the east, but in the past 10 minutes of you guys returning to camp, now it's coming down from the north. And on that note, you guys hear cracking of thunder. And Adahi, you look up, and honestly, all of you guys look up who can look up. Look up and see the clouds that are surprisingly it's not super bright outside anymore, but there are moons in the sky that's shining enough for you guys to see by. Two moons out of the 3. And you see the white of the moon Ene shining on these dark clouds that are rolling over you guys. And immediately it registers to all of you guys that this is a high storm.
The
And just to remind you guys,
time
within the world of Mesona, about once a month or so, you guys get high storms, which are basically hurricanes to an extent. And most cities are built to protect from high storms. They'll have a storm wall, stuff like that, to make sure that the city is pretty much protected from the hurricanes and everything. And it's a pretty normal part of people's lives. You guys were kind of thrown time-wise because you guys woke up randomly, you weren't sure when the last high storm was, and you guys aren't also the most intelligent people to think through the fact of maybe we should think about when a high storm's coming, blah blah blah. None of you guys saw this coming on, and I told you guys back in our session 0, but it's been a while.
Oh, I don't remember that, but okay.
It's been a while. But
the one day I have not used my rocks to check for the weather.
That's true.
One day. I was so waiting for it. I was waiting. And then once you used your last one on the tree, I was like, oh crap.
I then thought, I should check for the weather to see if it's going to rain tonight. And I'm like, oh, nope, I used my second druidcraft. I can't. I was going to.
Atoll mutter under his breath, "Storm Father." And the storm kind of rolling over you guys. And you guys have, I'd say, about an hour to find yourselves a place to hunker down. Because you have a good encampment for not a high storm night. But this storm is going to be awful. And you guys have... Yeah, so this is going to be a skill challenge to see if you guys can get somewhere that will protect you from this storm. In essence, you'll be looking for caves, somewhere to hide to where the wind, the debris, everything can't get to you. And as you guys see the rolling clouds coming over you, you guys can see that deeper into it. It's almost a sheet of just darkness where the starlight and the moonlight isn't reaching and everything. And it's just this wall of darkness coming towards you guys. And you can see the cracking of thunder and somewhat little bit of lights and lines cracking through the darkness.
Like cumulonimbus.
And it registers to all of you that you guys could plausibly die if you don't find shelter. So you guys are going to the DC is for this will be, well, I won't tell you, but you guys need six successes amongst all four of you. Five a total, and 3 failures will mean you fail. So,
what were you gonna say? I think.
Oh yeah, Ahura freezes, and you can just see that he's way in his head.
Mm-hmm.
Great.
It's been a while since you've been out and about for a high storm, Adahi.
Yes, it has.
Oh, okay.
So,
if I lived in the desert, would I even know what do they have those in the desert?
They have them all over this continent.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Every city, every culture in this whole continent makes have grown accustomed to it and know to avoid it.
Okay.
And most people keep track of the days to an extent too. And sometimes you just lose track.
All right.
Okay. As Adahi freezes, actually, after a few seconds, his eyes glow green, and you see a what looks like an incorporeal, like green winged hawk shoot out of his chest, and he just kind of like lunges forward as it flies up into the air, giving everyone advantage on perception checks.
Nice. That is awesome. And you guys all feel this like energy coursing into you.
What just happened?
Atol's gonna leap up and be like, we have to find, we gotta go. We gotta hunker down somewhere.
Fine. No one tell the blind girl what happened. All right, let's go.
We'll start grabbing everything.
Of course.
Grabbing all the tent supplies and stuff.
What do you mean, of course? You didn't know I was blind?
Nothing. Let's go.
We'll have
And
this
you guys
conversation later.
all, so at that point, the storm that's somehow been moving a lot quicker than you guys expected it to kind of comes over you guys. Everyone who does not have dark vision will have disadvantage, blah blah blah, because it's dark out and it's night. But whatever.
Do I have
Disadvantage
dark
on
vision?
all perception rolls. Kanari, you don't, but you also can't feel that far around. You will not be able to be someone on the watch out for things necessarily. You can help in other ways,
So
but
it's gonna
think of it. You won't be able to help as much because it's going to be loud, and it's going to be wind and debris in the air. This is this is not your thing, quite.
So it's going to be a straight roll, right? Because the disadvantage and the advantage.
Yes.
Awesome.
So
really
straight rolls. Good on Adahi.
My drift globe. I really miss it. I didn't appreciate it that much when I had it, because when I had it, I had dark vision. But now I don't have dark vision, and now I want it.
Mm-hmm.
It's fine.
As you guys go through, who does have dark vision on that note?
None of us.
I'm a human.
No one?
No one.
None of us.
Dang, I forgot. Neither does Atol. Good luck, guys. Woo! Okay, so you guys start running out into the chaos. I don't know why this thing keeps on popping on my computer and it. Anyway. Okay, so you guys run out into the storm and everything, the high storm. None of you, except for one, have ever been out during a high storm. It's always been Nemazine for you. It's always been hiding in your house and everything as the chaos rages outside of your house. Honestly, you've been used to it to the point where you just ignore it even happening. Kanari, you've always basically the same. You guys just hunker down in your guys' lower levels of the monastery in the past. And Karhale, you guys have always had a cave set aside for this specific purpose. And your mother has always warned you guys far ahead of time for this sort of situation. And you're like, dang it, the one time, yelling at yourself. And Adani, you're like, oh, I should have kept track. But
I also run around. I'm sorry. I run around and touch everyone and mutter some words, except for Atoll. I don't do this to Atoll. And cast guidance.
guidance, you can do it for the one specific person, kind of thing, at a time. You can't do it for multiple different people at multiple times.
Okay. Then
But
I would cast on myself.
yeah, so I'd say that would be the best choice there, and you would know that. You would know that on yourself.
Mhm.
And so you cast on yourself, and as you guys go, who's going to try to help you guys find shelter and survive? As you guys start, anyone who can see like branches being snapped off of trees and flinging through the wind. You guys can feel the cold hitting you guys as you guys are going.
I mean, I'll start looking.
Karhale will go first. Okay, Karhale. So you're going to roll perception check, straight roll. And so you're looking for a cave system. Is that correct?
Yes.
Some sort of
I would look.
place
I
to
would
go
look
down.
for caves.
Mhm.
16.
16. Okay, so as you guys are kind of running through, going towards more outcroppings, and you're directing them toward more what you can see of like outcroppings of rocks with the shadows and such, and you're seeing a lot better than you thought you might have. It's almost that the hawk that's above you guys, this silhouette, is like almost shining light for you, and you look ahead, and you see some outcroppings that seem like they must enough of these formations basically that seem like they should have something like that, something that could protect you guys. So you're going toward basically a larger formation of rocks, and it's a little bit in the distance, but it's going to be rough to get there. So you see it, you point it out, and you guys are on the way there, and you direct everyone and you call to everyone to get moving in that direction. Nemazine, how are you going to help them continue?
Well, I was packing.
You can't use perception, but you can use any other skill.
I was going to pack up all the supplies because we had already put up our tent and everything like that. So I was going to pack up the tent and whatever else.
I'd say that was successful so far. Go ahead, but so you just making sure to keep a hold of your guys' belongings and stuff like that as the wind is picking up and things are flying and everything.
Yeah, pretty much.
Go ahead and give me a sleight of hand check to see how handsy you are with holding on to this stuff. So keeping track of where the map is and anything that might get blown out right away. And you're like, as like, what's it called? One of the blankets starts to fly away. You reach out to grab it or to attempt. What do you get?
A 9.
A 9. You guys lose all the blankets that you guys had that would have been attached to the horses and stuff, blown straight off. So go ahead and remove that from if anyone had blankets in their inventory, go ahead and remove them.
Well, what if we had
Even
our
if they're
personal
strapped down,
in our bag?
I'm basing this more on Nemazine, and the storm is wild. So basically, just whatever was in there got kind of blown out, and you catch everything but the blankets, kind of thing. And
We're
Nemazine's the
losing
one who kind of
everything.
just the blankets for now. For now, blankets go. 9, you said. Yeah, blankets go. Nemazine, your own pelt goes too. As you're reaching out, the pelt that's like you're holding like to warm you and stuff, your pelt flies away into the wind as well.
Isn't that
So that's your
wear?
first fail, huh?
Is that something you wear?
It is something you wear, but it has been blown off of you because of the wild storm, hurricane-like winds, and you reaching out and blah blah blah. Okay, so continue. It is a cloak though. It's not like arms. It is wrap.
Okay.
Kunari. Adahi, what were you gonna say?
I just had a question. Do I know anything about like my people's lore of high storms? It's okay if not.
We'll come to you in a second, Kanari, but keep that in mind. Kanari, what are you going to try to do to help get you guys? So you guys are making your way toward where Karhale is pointing you. You're not sure if that's the best choice, but she has been the person to pick out your some good encampment spots. You trust her. You're going that direction. How are you going to help your people?
You're muted.
I can't see or hear anything. Or I can't see. I can't really hear anything.
Actually, as a side note, though, just on your passive perception, you do hear on the wind, but that's beside the point. Continue.
Those freaking berries. Kanari just gonna take the horse and try to guide the horse to follow. Because I mean, I'm sure the horse is gonna be spooked and everything.
Yeah,
so
the horse is definitely slowing you guys down to an extent. So go ahead and roll me an animal handling check to see if you can help this horse along faster.
Okay.
And encourage this horse. Keep it soothed, because right now it is bound to run away. 18. So you're running alongside this horse and trying to push it forward and everything, and you're whispering nothings into its ear and everything. And honestly, you've changed into your old and into Talon as you're whispering these words and everything, and trying to just keep this horse calm and keep this horse going, and you're keeping it on a straight path. Your guys' speed picks up a little bit. Adahi, what are you doing?
Again, do I know anything about like the Ati lore?
The Ati lore about high storms and their understanding of high storms. You do to an extent. Go ahead and roll me a history check.
Okay, and that is with guidance.
History or religion.
Okay.
Or Arcana.
Oh.
Any of those smart things.
Dang. I'm gonna go with
because it kind of falls under all three, honestly.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with religion, because I think personally that's the most true to what I think. Yeah. Even though it's the least of my abilities. But it is with the guidance, it's a dirty 20 without any bonus.
Okay. You understand that the high storms, from what the Ati know and what you learned as a child as well, just from home, the Talans believe that within the high storm is their god. Taylor is within the high storm. Some refer to him as the Storm Father, the Storm Lord. You understand that the Ati think differently. They think that they understand that there are more gods than just Taylor. That there is Jadeth, the goddess of chaos. That there is Janora, the goddess of law. And for them, they believe that Jadeth is the one within the high storm. Either which way, you understand that this is chaos that will not end for hours. But I will say that just the understanding of it makes you less scared of this high storm and less hesitant about your actions and just helping your friends along and continuing on. You are a help, not a hindrance in this group, basically. And that was another success. So we will continue to Atoll, actually. And Atoll is going to... How is Atoll going to help? Atoll is going to... Go ahead, Adahi.
Oh, I was just going to say, that was just... I thought that was just kind of me getting... That wasn't my idea to help. That was just kind of...
Oh, okay. Sorry. Then go ahead. What would be your idea to help?
Based on that, I would like to whisper. Well, actually, it's really loud, right? So it's not going to matter if I kind of like talk out.
It's definitely incredibly loud, yes.
Okay, then I will talk out. You said Jadeth,
goddess of chaos. She is, in general, in charge of nature.
Okay.
Janora is her counterpart.
Okay, then I will call out to Jadeth and say, Jadeth, my people have always served you. Grant us passage through the storm.
Roll a persuasion check.
My people have always served you. I have always served you, preserved your children. Grant us passage through the storm so I can preserve more.
Oh, go ahead. Roll the persuasion check.
And this is also with guidance. Oh, shoot.
Got you.
Even with guidance. That is...
Aw.
I know. That sucks. 8.
8. Okay. So you guys...
Persuasion's not my strong suit, guys.
No worries. 8. You call out, and your voice, and everyone else, no one else hears this. Everyone else, you're lost. Your voice is lost to the wind. And you appeal to this goddess that you know controls the storms of the world. Mm-hmm. And as you're shouting and appealing to this being, this sentient being, you actually notice little bolts of energy just dancing through the storm and flying with the wind, different colors, purple, blue, red, pink, green. And you notice these energies, and then finally one stops. A little blue one stops in front of you, pauses, and like holds still, almost as though it's not even affected by the wind that's blowing in front of you. And you see it, and you blink, wondering what this is. And the little translucent little being looks at you, blinking, and then it's not Jadith, and then it's gone again. And then that was another fail. So next in line will be a toll. And
so we're at 2 and 2, right?
2 and 2. A toll is going to try. Okay, so sleight of hand was used, perception was used, persuasion was used. Kanari, what did you do?
Animal handling.
Animal handling was used. Okay, so a toll is going to, against better judgment, is going to try to trying to overcome his own injuries to try to not drag you guys down and to keep up with you guys, because he knows, based on your personalities, that if he did fall behind, you guys probably would slow down. And so basically just to focus on himself and keeping up with you guys, even though he is a little injured in comparison. So he's going to use athletics to help. Yes, so he keeps up, and Karhale, you specifically, who would have been a little bit more concerned about the kid running with you guys, and you, who's trying to focus on like keeping an eye out and keeping you guys going in the direction of where you think there should be an outcropping. You look back, trying to kind of half split concern between yourself and the kid, but the kid's right beside you, up ahead and with the group, and keeping up with you guys. That was another success. So Karhale, you can focus purely on keeping an eye out. Next in the lineup, Karhale, you again.
Can I do a survival or a nature check to find a cave? Now that we're getting closer?
Survival or nature check to find a cave. You guys have gotten, we'll say, close enough to start looking specifically. And yes, go for a survival check to find a cave.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Okay, so you are keeping an eye out, and you're seeing the different like darker spots on these outcroppings that you guys have gotten close to, and you see like up ahead, just a little ways. You have to climb a little bit to get there, but you see like a large, not super large, but basically a triangular mouth on this outcropping, and a hole, and it looks pitch black in comparison to the rock that's reflecting the green light being cast by the hawk that's sailing above you guys. And as you guys are nearing, and the wind is roaring, you guys have another success and you guys are getting closer, and Karhale is now directing you guys there. That we gotta get there because you're hoping that is the perfect place. Next in the lineup, Nemazine.
Well, as she's shouting for the, like, we can see the cave, right, when she starts shouting, or do we not?
Barely, but yes.
Okay. How far away does it look?
Honestly, you guys are relying on her entirely for this. But what were you saying, Nemazine?
How far away-ish does it look?
You guys are about, I'd say, 300, 400 yards off.
Oh, whoa.
But you have to go up a little bit to get there too. You guys are making pretty good time running, but it's still kind of rough.
Okay.
What would you like to do to help? You guys are running, the wind's pounding against you guys from the north. You guys are going in a more eastish direction, jumping over rocks. Everyone's keeping up so far.
Yeah. So we have the horse as well, right?
The horse is keeping up as well. Konari's been helping it keep up.
Yeah.
Hurry to decide, or I'm going to pass over you. You hesitated too much.
You can pass over then.
Okay, so Nemazine, as you're like hoping to help do something, you don't know what to do, and Konari, what would you like to do? You guys are 3 for 2. 2 for 3? I don't know how to.
Can I use acrobatics just to try and make, like, I don't know. I feel like I'm at a struggling here because I can't see, so just use my acrobatics to try to really kind of keep pace. And
Nathan.
Oh, his battery died. He's gonna rejoin on his phone.
No,
that was
me who
Josh.
sent that.
Oh, I lied.
Yeah, mine's about to die too.
Gotcha.
We're dying off one by one.
So go ahead and describe to me what you're doing with your acrobatics.
Okay.
What would you do that would employ acrobatics?
Right. Trying to look for this, like this, because we're going up. So I'm trying to look for the smoothest path up for me and the horse, and kind of like skipping over rocks, moving past, things that are kind of in the way, just to try to make sure this is like the most smooth path up.
So more so like almost testing things beforehand and then telling people like step where I'm stepping kind of deal?
Yeah, sure. What?
My computer's shutting down.
Bye. Here, we can pause for a second and we can wait for maybe Nathan to be able to.
I'm so stressed right now.
I know.
Well, yeah, we'll pause for a moment.
I'm so stressed.
Nathan?
I'm now realizing out of all of the skills, only one of them is strength-based. And I think that's absolute crap.
Yeah, that's true.
That's my that's my
I
best
think it's namely
skill.
because strength, like you use it for like breaking down doors, opening things, stuff like that. There's a lot of applications that aren't specifically skills as much as just literally shoving something being strong enough to shove something or someone or do something. Because like grapple checks are generally strength based too.
That's true. I get it.
Holding someone down, fighting someone, stuff like that. Nathan, you're back.
You're alive.
I don't know
We
what.
paused.
Because Josh also died.
It was like 2 out of 5 is a little worse.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're I'll ask you to roll in a second, Konari. Oh, we're back in.
I'm trying to think.
Okay.
intimidating
on this. The
storm.
wind
Their
is
best-
roaring around you guys. You guys hear the crack and the crack of thunder. Kanari, you're being like it is bombarding you. Just the sound and the like breathing in, smelling and everything. All you get is sand up your nose, and it is awful. But you are running and you're keeping your senses low to the ground, trying to keep step on rocks and placements that are easier than anything else. And you shout behind you. What do you shout?
Like, follow my steps. This is the most secure way.
Go ahead and roll acrobatics check to see if you do find the most secure
I'm
way.
gonna give her guidance. Just seeing.
Okay, you can.
Okay.
Since she shouted, you can give her guidance.
Okay.
So you tap her on the back.
Yeah, like
Kanari.
as she leaps off.
Yeah.
22.
Woo!
22. Oh. Okay.
If that doesn't
Fourth
succeed, I'm gonna
success.
cry.
And you start leaping from rock to rock to rock, and you're shouting behind you, "Follow my footsteps!" And Atoll hears you and has seen how well you've done with just anything acrobatic-y or running around in this sort of situation. He trusts you and he follows after you, and you do speed up their movement to an extent. You guys are nearing on the cave, or at least going up the vertical plane to get to the cave. Next in the lineup will be oh, you changed it to Ahura.
If you don't have anything, I have an
Ahura.
idea.
Go ahead.
Now, what's
Ahura.
going down?
Don't tell your idea, Karhale. Huh?
Okay.
What's going down? I just
Ahura,
have to
it is
be
now
able to
your
help.
turn.
I said
Huh?
if you didn't have anything, I had an idea.
As a side note, oh crap.
Well, dang it.
Did we lose
As
Josh?
a side note, you guys, if you guys don't know how to help on your own, you could help whoever's next and offer advantage.
You're muted, hun.
Oh,
I'm
me?
just going.
Oh.
Like, I wasn't even saying anything.
Mm-hmm. I'll tell Josh that again when he gets back. So how about we'll skip his turn for a second and we'll jump to Atoll.
How does Cole help Kahar?
Could Atoll help me?
Karhale, you can shout back. What do you say?
Well, I wanted to use intimidation to yell at one. Can I do that?
Intimidation to intimidate who?
To intimidate everyone, to motivate them to go faster?
Okay, well, what do you tell Atoll to ask for help in this?
I don't really think he can help me. That was just my idea.
Yeah, no worries. If no one wants to shout anything to Atoll, though, he's going to decide to
Has nature been used yet? In
nature
I use survival.
survival has been used, but nature has not specifically.
Okay, because
Atoll. Oh, okay. So it's Ahura's turn. Go first, and then Atoll.
okay, that's what I was wondering. Is where I fell in that.
Yeah, no worries. Sorry, you cut out, and I was gonna skip you to Atoll,
Yeah. Okay.
and then go back to you. But yeah.
Then I'm just going to try to like essentially like where like how's everyone oriented exactly?
We're
So
kind of
we
like
have Kanari up in front, Karhale up in front, and then we have what's it called? Atoll is a little bit behind Karhale, but up near her. And from there, I believe it would be you and Nemazine. Nemazine probably before you. Ahura, I'd assume you're taking up the rear.
And are there any like, I mean, are there any things that we can kind of like? My idea is to try and say like, okay, let's all stick to this wall or to this path or something based on naturally.
Nature?
Do I see a path or something that would be advantageous for us?
Yes. Okay. So I would say that would be probably more of an intelligence investigation check, probably. Nature, maybe more so. If you want to do more the nature thing, more of looking at where the wind's blowing and exactly maybe
Yeah,
how to
that.
move according to.
Let's do that.
Okay, so we'll do nature, looking at how the wind's blowing and the debris that's flying through the wind. At this point, guys, the wind has picked up so much stronger, and you see like almost entire like branches flying through the wind, but also you see in the distance you hear the cracking of a tree that's being pulled off of its trunk and torn aside and starts rolling through the plains and such. And as it's rolling towards you guys, Ahura, you point out the tree and you point out the best way to avoid it, as well as just keeping track of what's going on around you and the wind that's blowing it in your guys' direction. And you shout this out to your neighbors. Go ahead and roll your nature check, though.
All right, so that is a 14.
A 14. The trunk snaps off and it starts rolling towards you guys. And you see it as it's rolling towards you. And you call out to everyone to tell them, but you saw too late. You didn't notice it in time. And this tree actually rolls and hits your entire group. And that was the last failure of your guys' trip. For everyone, everything goes dark. But then all of you guys open your eyes to a table, the four of you. You all blink your eyes open, and there's no more storm. There's no more loud cacophony. Canary, you can see. All of you guys are sitting at a wooden table. It looks old. It looks kind of dirty. You look up. All of you guys see a child in front of you. The four of you do. There, and looking around, for each of you, there's 3 children in front and next to you, sitting at this table. At the head of the table, you see an adult, male, and at the other side of the table, you see an adult female. Both have dark hair, darker skin. So do the children that you see in front of you. And you hear the woman kind of lean forward and say, "Oh, my dear Konno, how was school today?" And she leans in, looking at you, Karhale. Konno.
Good.
Anything else to say?
What's going on?
We're eating dinner.
Cool. Hey, lost right
Looks
now.
looks up at the male across the table. He kind of shrugs, and she goes, "Okay, and you, Torin." And she looks to the side. Nemazine looks toward you. How was your day
Are you
today at
saying
school?
we? Oh, sorry. Are you saying that looking at each other, we look like children, or you're saying there's children
Yes.
around? Oh, okay.
I mean, all of you guys are seeing 3 children and 2 adults. And that's because each of you are one of these children, looking out from the eyes of each of these children. Looks to you, Nemazine, and says, how was your day in school today?
What? Where am I going to school again?
The church house. Honey, and looks up at her husband across the table. And he goes, kids. And she goes, I just want to know about your day, children. I'd like us to talk as a family. And as she's kind of like starting to go on a little almost lecture, I guess, you guys hear some screams, actually, in the distance. Muffled through, if you guys look around, you're sitting in a small kitchen. There's a kitchen off to the side, and there's a doorway that goes into another room, and a doorway that goes into another room, and a door that opens plausibly to the outside because you can see a window next to it, and flickering light outside of this window. It's dark. It's verging on like very dark. Seems to be nighttime for you guys. And you guys hear these shouts and screams coming from outside. And it distracts the mother right away. And she goes, dear, what is that? And the man kind of like raises a hand and goes over to the window and kind of looks outside a little bit. And then he goes over to the doorway and opens it and leaves the room. The mother kind of watches him go. Is there anything you guys would like to do?
I'm gonna get up and leave.
I was about to say, I'm gonna go follow the dad.
So you're gonna go and open the door and go outside?
At least look.
Yeah.
Since I
So
can.
are you looking out the window or are you opening the door and looking outside through there?
I'll look out the window first.
I'll
Okay.
look outside the door.
I'm also looking out the window.
Okay, so you guys all the four little kids all scamper. Nemazine, where are you going to?
I'm just gonna sit at the table and just stare at the mother.
Okay. So the three of you guys scamper over to look out the window, and the woman says, "Children, please, don't go outside. Let your father check what's going on." But as you guys look out the window, she turns to you, Nemazine, and actually starts like patting your head as though to soothe you, kind of thing.
I'm gonna
And
shake
just
her.
like she lets you, and she kind of smiles gently. And so you guys look out the window. Say it again, Nemazine.
Is there anything I recognize about her? Does she seem familiar in any sense?
No, not at all. This is a darker skinned woman with dark hair. Seems to look alike to the children that you saw. Her eyes are plausibly more of a black. It's kind of hard to tell in this light, in the dim lighting that's coming from a lit lamp to the side of you guys on a little side table. And she seems to be a healthy young woman, middle-aged, a middle-aged, not young. She's got sharper features, a larger nose, but honestly a very motherly looking individual. But nothing you recognize.
Does she look at all familiar to me?
You all get the same sense of not recognizing this person. However, Adahi, go ahead and roll I guess just an intelligence check.
Okay, and would guidance be applicable in here? Would I be able to cast?
You kind of reach within yourself to find that power, and you kind of like touch yourself and whisper the words to try to a prayer as you're looking out this window and everything, glancing back at this woman. Nothing answers you. The power that you can normally draw upon is not there. Yes. So you guys all look out the window. Go ahead and roll perception checks for me. Anyone who's looking out the window.
Okay, the
Hanari, you can see. Huh?
Oh, the intelligence 17.
17. 17, you're looking at this woman, and she seems to be plausibly maybe an ancestor of the people of the tribes that you're from. She seems to look along the same lines race-wise. Human, definitely. And you guys are all hearing common, but it doesn't feel like you're speaking common either.
Kanara's gonna be like, Ty, are we dead?
No one answers you.
Frick! Oh man, Kanara's like,
That would freak you out, yeah.
Kanara's shaking.
Okay, so looking out the window, you guys see the flickering lights and realize. Sorry, what did you guys all get? I missed the numbers.
What was the check again?
I didn't hear ya.
4.
Perception. For anyone looking out the window.
23.
23. Karhale, whatever body you're in right now, you're not used to this, but it's pretty short. And you're trying to pull yourself to see over the window ledge, but you're a little too short and you can't quite get there. You see flickering lights, but you can't quite see beyond that.
Great.
This body's also pretty weak in comparison to you. Kanari, what did you get?
23.
23. Okay. And Ahura, what did you get?
12.
12. So the both of you
I
guys
will never
look
use
out.
these dice again.
Ahura, you notice, same thing with Kanari, but you guys notice that the flickering lights are coming from a burning house across the way from you guys. It's about 100 yards across from you guys, and it's on fire. And you guys see figures just running back and forth, and you hear the screams, you hear the shouts, and you hear people going, "Don't let us! Don't let us!" And just the shouting going on outside, and a general cacophony. Kanari, you in addition notice small movements and black figures and something flitting back and forth and scuttling and creeping and shadows that are moving ways that shadows shouldn't, but you're super confused, but there's something going on. And you see a person as they're running across the outside, a couple of people, two figures running across kind of nearer to your guys' window, is one of the shadows that you see moving around leaps at him, and it goes to the ground and starts struggling with whatever it is that's on him, and you hear screaming closer to your window, and it makes you pull back away from the window in fright. And then you hear a bang into the door that's to the left of you three, and you hear someone fumbling with the doorknob, and you hear the thump 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 as someone's trying to get through the door inside. And the door opens, and then a figure slips through and slams the door shut, holding onto it, as you hear thump 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 against the wall, against the door, the wooden door. And you see the same man that you guys had seen before at the table, and he goes, Made, we have to go. We have to get the children. Let's go. And she leaps up. She's, what's going on? What's going on? And he goes, no time. We have to go. And he pulls you guys like just adult strength pulling on you guys and pulling you from the window, and shoving you guys towards your mother and towards the back of the house, or at least you're not sure if you're in the back, but deeper into the house. And she's like, where do we go? And she kind of pulls a bunch of cloaks, wraps and stuff off of some hangers, and she starts wrapping them around you guys, and you guys feel the warmth envelop you, but also you're being pushed along and everything by these two adults who are double your guys' size. You guys seem to range in the ages of 6 to 12 or so. And you guys are kind of being fostered along. And as you guys are pulled away and you guys are starting to go through the doorway farther into the house, you hear a crack of glass shattering and a thump fall into the middle of the room. What's going on?
That's a great question.
Yeah. Josh, would you be able to mute your video for or mute your sound? Thank you. Sorry. Okay, so continuing through, are you guys doing anything as you guys are being crowded through this room?
I don't know what the heck's going on. I'm not doing anything.
Okay.
I'm kind of not hyperventilating, but close to, kind of like panic.
Your breathing is picking up, and the mother of the group kind of puts her hand on you again and starts kind of like, it's okay, stay calm, we're fine. And she's like huddling you guys through, and you're making your way, and the man is calling back, come on, Made, come on, we have to go. And so he opens another door, and you guys are shunted out into just chaos of the outside and everything. And he goes, oh. And he mumbles something, and you guys don't understand what it is, and he keeps on going, and he one arm is wrapped around one side of you guys, and you guys are all kind of like shuffled into a little group, and he wraps his arm like around the other side of you, and they're trying to huddle you through. But you guys see people just running, and shadows leaping, and people screaming, and something scuttles up in front of you guys and turns and looks at you guys, and then scuttles forward, sweeps towards you guys. And then the man, the father, he comes and kicks whatever it was, and it gets flung to the side, like slams into a wall to the side. And he continues pushing you guys through. But what you guys saw was a spider, almost. Somehow a little bit shinier and not furry, but it was definitely a spider. And shimmering, the legs shimmered with points at the end. But that was the only thing that shimmered in the darkness. More so, it almost, the entire body of it, beyond the small pointed ends of the legs, seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. And so as you guys continue on, you hear the scuttling and the clack, 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 clack of these, whatever they are, scrambling around you guys and attacking people left and right of you guys. And you guys keep on getting pushed through. You feel the heat coming off of multiple fires. You realize now, like, one house is on fire, another house is on fire, and you guys keep on going, the fire spreading out into the main area of the town. You guys feel behind you, the father's in front of you, the mother's at the side of you guys, and behind you, the person in the farthest back, I would say, is probably, who is it? Nemazine. You're farthest in the back of your little huddle, and you feel something shoved into you from behind, and 3 piercing, like, pain pierce into your shoulders. Everything. And the pain, it hurts. It hurts a lot. What do you do?
I'm just gonna fall to my knees. I'm still very much in shock, and it's getting overwhelming at this point. So I'll just fall to my knees, kind of just trying to catch my breath, and just.
You guys see one of the 3 of you, one of the 4 of you, fall to the ground.
Can I get a grab for him?
Just with a spider almost the size of his torso on his back. You're going to, Kanari, you turn back.
Like, try to grab the spider and pull it off him. Like, she can see now. She's kind of like, okay, and just
roll
kind
a strength
of
check. Yeah.
With
roll
mine?
a strength check, just a straight roll. There's no additions, just a straight roll for it.
That's a natural 1.
No minusing either. Natural 1. So you reach forward to try to like pull the thing off of him, try to pull him up and everything. And as you do, the spider, whatever it is, it leaps from Nemezine's back and leaps onto you and hits you in the chest, and you fall backward and everything, and you feel the talons digging into you, and you feel that pain shooting through your chest, and you hear the scream of the female who just now notices what happened because Nemezine didn't cry out, but you turn back, right? And she screams and she's like, no, and she tries to kick off the thing, but it's attached to you. It's like digging into you and it's hanging on, and she's going to try to force it off of you. So just that motherly strength of your child is in danger. She rips this spider off of you and flings it back, and it kind of like and hits against a wall a few feet off. And but she, like, in so doing, the talons kind of ripped out of you and more pain, and you feel that and like your young body starts crying and in pain, and she's like, it's okay, dear, it's okay. She picks you up, and then she keeps on going. She keeps on huddling you guys going, and the father comes over and picks up Nemezine, and now you two are up in the arms of these two adults, and the other two of you are being pushed along, and you guys keep running. As you guys are going, you guys see, so one of the houses that are on fire, thatched roofs, and the fire starts breaking things, and you hear the cracking and the crackling of the fire, and things kind of cascade off, about to fall on you. You guys, tiles are about to fall on you guys. As you guys are passing this house. Go ahead and everyone roll me a dexterity save. Adding nothing, just a straight roll.
So not adding our dex save modifier?
No. This is no modifiers. You are not in your own bodies.
17.
Honestly, it should be minuses, but... Huh?
Did we take any damage from the spiders, by the way?
13.
Nemezine, you did. But I'll keep more track of that.
Okay.
And what your hit points are as these children.
I also had 13.
You would not know. You just know you're in pain and you're bleeding. 13?
Mm-hmm. Josh also
Um,
had 13.
17.
Okay, so no one was below a 10, correct?
4. I got a 4.
Okay, so the parents, hold on. Okay, so you guys hear the cracking and the shifting of the tiles that are on top of this roof and the thatching and stuff.
Quick question.
That's caught fire. Yes?
Nemo's getting carried by one of the adults. Why would he need to make a dex save? Because he's not running.
You're not wrong for that matter. But even then, it was actually going to be moot because you guys all succeeded enough, and the parents succeeded pretty highly as well. That,
Okay.
Yeah, either which way, Nemezine, you kind of look up and you're frozen and you don't move at all, but the dad who's carrying you does, and he like leaps to the side, shoving the kids, and the kids also jump when they hear this happening, and you guys all collapse to the side in like just a heap of family, and the dad's like on top of you, Nemezine, protecting from whatever had fallen off of this house onto you guys, and you guys realize that the wall had actually collapsed down on top of you guys, or at least would have, but you guys all barely missed it, and you feel the dust come up around you. You guys all start coughing, and it's like, keep going, and the mother gets up, pulling you up with her Kanari, and grabbing Ahura, your arm, grabbing Kahale's arm, and you guys feel the vice-like grip of just concerned parents pressuring you guys as you guys are pulled along farther into this fray. And you don't know exactly where they're going, but they're going somewhere. Is there anything you guys would like to do as we continue?
I'd like to know what the heck's going on.
Would you like to say that?
Nah, let's keep going. I'm curious. I want to know where we're going.
Okay.
Well,
So
that's where we're going.
So as you speak, your voice is a lot higher pitched than you would normally expect. But what do you say?
I'm shutting down, guys. My phone's about to die, and my computer's not working, and it's shutting down
Wait.
right now. I'm just,
Wait, can you not charge your stuff?
yeah, it's overheating.
Oh, I'm so sad. We can take a pause for now, and we can call this. We're at 4 hours, so we could call this it.
Yeah, I've got to get inside as well. So
Okay. So we'll come back to this later.
What the
all of us.
crap?
And so the night will leave off on all of us, all of you, scrambling through this town that's being ripped apart by something, little somethings scuttling, and
I don't like not knowing what's going on.
these small monsters just without hesitation attacking, moving with disturbing sinuous speed of a scuttling insect, anyone around them. And the fires of just the destruction going on and the screams and the cacophony will take a break, or we'll come back to this next week and discover plausibly what's going on. Thank you. Have a great night.
all right.
I don't know how we're going to stop this though, because
Nathan's the one who stops it.
yeah, I guess maybe just exiting out might do it.
I don't think it will.
I don't think it will either.
Um,
Stop cam. I don't have the ability to stop things. I mean, we can attempt.
Yeah, I mean, if
We'll
we
try.
all leave, I mean, I don't see any other options. We could just all leave.
Well, hopefully
but if
leave
you
you
want-
guys hanging.
yeah. If you want to call back on Messenger, though, to ask questions, we can. But for that, have a great night, guys. I'm going to leave. I'll text Nathan that I don't know what to do about the video, so it might end up being like an hour long, depending on when he can actually get on to shut it off. Anyway, see you guys in Messenger if you want. Bye.
Bye.
Mm.